Well, that was weird. In the OBS preview window, the background was just black, and I'm like, what? The music is the soundtrack to PGA Tour 2K25 from 2K, published by 2K, developed by HB Games, makers of the golf club, back when they lost the PGA license. Okay. So the background was moving once upon a time, a long time ago, but I took that out because of concerns. All right. So what's going on here is that I just spent a lot of money, normal amount of video game money, on a new golf game after playing the golf club 2019 since like 2019, and I got into it, and there were things I wasn't prepared for. I only got in here because I wanted to have a relaxing time with golf. I happen to enjoy computer golf, and I wasn't really prepared for what I found. I'll show you what I mean. Now, the first thing is that this game, I just want to put this right here on the table. This game is absolutely soaked to the bone in microtransaction garbage, and the unifying quality of microtransaction sludge is that there's absolutely no decorum. There's no decorum whatsoever, and that's why, get your My Player to 99 OVR to earn 1000 VC and a taco putter is on the screen right now. And, look at this, the fucking garbage-ass, phone-ass, well, that's interesting. Oh, OBS says I got disconnected. Huh, delightful. Hopefully I'm still here. Am I still here, everybody? Are we good? That's a rare event. Huh, yeah. I got a big old bing bong, said I was disconnected. But yeah, so it's just microtransaction garbage up the wazoo, as they used to say, and as a result, you can sort of tell where the real human being part of the game stops and the executive bullshit starts, because real human beings who either do or don't care about golf, but at least cared about their craft, clearly did a very careful job of making a lot of this game. There's a lot of care and craft put into it, as with many of the PGA Tour games. A lot of these are in my opinion, just terrific, high quality titles. Going back decades at this point, it's a pretty respectable AAA brand in my opinion. But then, you've just got you've got this garbage where you just look at it and you're like, wow, that's so fucking tacky. That's just so utterly goddamn It is every modern game from a major studio because Microtransactions sludge has overcome everything. It's basically the way you know you're playing a quote-unquote AAA game is because before you can actually get into the game and play it, you are being asked to purchase a whole bunch of tiny, like, Diablo 2 upgrade items that give you, 0.1% extra stroke length against the undead. That was an attempt at, like, a golf joke. Anyway, so the point is, that shit is all really greasy. It's just, like, super fucking greasy and disgusting. But by all reports, here's the thing. A lot of the time when people bitch about... Because this game's getting review bombed on Steam because of the microtransaction sludge. As well it should. Not... Well, I say as well it should, but, like, what? Are they going to delist it? No. It's never worked for any game before. I don't know why people bother. Because since every single review is about the fucking microtransactions, which aren't going away and have nothing to do with the game, you can't really get a sense of whether the game is good. So fortunately, it turns out there's a demo, so I grabbed it, and the golf part of the game plays great. And people are like, oh, well, it's really hard to upgrade your golfer. And I'm like, you don't upgrade in sports. You just get better at them. So I don't, Anyway, so the point is that, like, it's not going to go away, and it's not the fault of the developers, it's the fault of the fucking executives. It's like 2 guys out of a team of 250 who are responsible for this being this bullshit, so I decided to buy it anyway. So, despite the fucking taco pucker, I get in here, Atheron, to answer your question, whales. That's largely what it comes down to. Like, this is you can just look this up, look up fucking gotcha whale, and do some reading, because, yeah, it's basically these games are predatory against a very, very tiny portion of the population who basically pay the studio's wages while everybody else suffers. Anyway, so I got in here, and people said that you can just ignore all the microtransaction bullshit and just play the career mode, and you'll get everything anyway. Just play the career mode. So I'm like, okay, let's play the career mode. So I click on this shit, and... Okay, we get in here, and there's a few things I need to address. First off, I can't get it to repeat this message, so I'm going to go find a screenshot and read it to you. Because when I got in here, of course, it had to give me a little tutorial, because, like, it's a microtransaction game, so, of course, you can't click on any part of it without getting... You can't do anything before you go through 4 or 5 different, basically, advertisements for the game you already bought. And so, just to get into career mode, you've got to click through a bunch of things that are like, yeah, you could do this, this, and this, and it's not trying to sell you anything. It's just like trying to keep that just ripped open the box consumer product vibe going a little bit longer. Anyway. But then I get to this page that we see here, and it highlights this and says, the better you perform... Oh, there's my mouse. It highlights this popularity bar and says, the better you perform, the more fans you'll garner. Earn enough fans to move one step closer to be considered the GOAT. And I'm like, wow, that's embarrassing. And then... No, the reason I'm playing it is because I love golf games, and it's a good golf game. I bought it for myself, and you're going to find out in a moment why it is that I'm playing this on stream. Then, after I clear that, it highlights this notifications thing here and says, notifications for important messages will appear here. You can even hop directly into a conversation by selecting respond. And I'm like, wait a second. Wait. Is this a golf RPG? Quests and profile. Wait a minute, is this a golf RPG? Messages. And then, like, I get this shit. Hi, Jonathan. I'm Troy, your agent. So I'm like, okay, this shit's happening. There's a fucking career trajectory, okay? And let me just read you what I read in a review from Gaming Nexus. Backing up a bit, my career mode in 2K25 has expanded upon the role-playing systems of 2K23, a game I skipped because I was told it was crap. Now your player has a personality profile and a popularity rating that can affect sponsorship opportunities, as well as occasional conversation opportunities such as media interviews. Sometimes conversations lead to dilemmas which can have a direct impact on your performance depending on what you choose in the moment. So, this is a golf game with the Steam tag Decisions Matter? So, I mean, I don't think it literally says that, but it could, apparently. And, I find that very exciting. It might be terrible. Oh, and you don't have to engage with any of this, by the way. We could straight up just go back and play golf. But I decided I wanted to check out the career, and this is it, right? Well, I don't play sports games, so I didn't know, right? This is new to me. So, nice to meet you, Troy. So, I want to see what this is. And then, oh my God. The dialogue for this sort of thing is, like, inevitably going to be, like, super cringecore. Just, like really awkward, stilted stuff. And, like, already... Just a heads up, a new player influence contest has been announced, and you're one of the participants. The goal is to achieve 10 million followers. It's weird because, like, on the one hand, they're aiming for, like, this very Zoomer era, you know, current day vibe for the whole thing, but then, like, that's really stilted, so, like, whatever. Anyway, you can gain followers by excelling in tournaments and participating in interviews. Dude, aren't you going to tell me about, like, Whatever. I don't need to dunk on it that hard. 10 million? That's easy. I'm all about setting bold goals and crushing them. And it's funny because, like, this is the message that it sort of pre-populates here, but then it... Oh, I see. Wow, that's definitely a huge challenge, but I'm ready to give it everything I've got. Let's go for it. Okay, this is considerably more stilted than I was actually prepared for, but yeah, let's make my guy a dick. I'm all about setting bold goals and crushing them. Okay, here we go. It's just right there. Just here's the game mechanics. We're aiming for bold, composed, or reserved. Those are the three genders in this game. Your personality can shift over time. But to get us started in the fairway, golf joke. Which one would you consider for yourself? We're going to go for bold. I don't put up with any nonsense, and I don't shy away from confrontation. I know my worth. Trust me, I'm going to dominate out there. That's me, hands down. Bold. This guy's a fucking Dorito. What else we got here? Wow, that like sounded like a genuine slur, but I was just saying that Doritos, like, they make Doritos that are called like bold. But the way I said it came off as like, God, it sounded like I was really saying something awful about him. I have never played golf. I have been to the municipal golf course and hit a bucket of balls one time. Okay. All right. Composed. I'm very comfortable with my abilities. I maintain a balanced personality. I hate this guy and he's not even real. People often tell me I'm humble and down to earth. For me, it's crucial to be a good person first and a good athlete set. Whoa, wait. Is this a morality scale? If I pick bold, does this guy get to get into car accidents with celebrities? All right, well, obviously we got to see where that's going to go. Chaotic evil golfer. Yeah, okay, Doritos was be bold. I thought so. Your personality will become unknown if you don't engage in interviews and conversations for too long. So you actually have to do this. Wow, and there's like an in-game time system. Okay. All right, gotcha. Anything else? Give me the rest of the gameplay tutorial. That's it. All right. Gosh. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's an RPG and a VN. It appears you can play a golfing introvert by simply never responding to the media. That appears to be a fourth gender they didn't offer up front, but... yeah. Anyway, also, The Golf Club is the name of the previous game that this company made, and I don't know if this is... Well, anyway. Delighted to say yes to this amazing opportunity. Wait, sign, declare... Oh, wait, there's a review button. So wait, we're being sponsored and we're in absolutely no... Oh, okay, here we go. We're right into the pants. Man, my head can't... I can't even parse what's going on the screen right now. Like, I could do it if I really try, but God, this is so much. Select this button to edit your contract with this brand. This is your tier with the brand. Unlock. God, I don't want to do any of this. I don't think I need sponsors. I think I could just skip all that. So let's go ahead and just. Can I just ignore this for now? No, I'm going to decline them. That's right. Decisions matter. We got to commit. We got to commit. It appears you can voluntarily be unpopular. That's essentially what I did. Like, they say bold, but what they mean is asshole. There literally is a menu option. I just want to play golf. All of this is optional. Sorry. For anybody joining late, let me just... if I just go to the main menu here, you could literally... The button is labeled play. I'm not trying to sell you the game. I just want to be clear that, like, you just come in here and hit quick play. You could just play golf right there. I am deliberately engaging with what looks like a ridiculous and potentially funny system. Yeah, you can make a big so you can make a big gaffe in a media interview and have the backlash affect your play. I don't know if it'll affect your play, but I hope so. Anyway, so now my favorite thing about any of this is just having reached this point. How do we start? Right? Because, like, how do we... do I click here? I think... Because I remember I signed up for the Korn Ferry Q School Tour, so I think maybe I click this. Here we go. Now, an interesting thing about this, and I don't think I can change this now that I've done it, is that when I signed up for this tournament, I was able to choose whether I wanted to play the whole thing or only part of it or none of it, because this is a career simulator. So... you can actually just not play the game if you want. I mean, I can hit skip event here, and I think it'll just... Oh, no, here we go. Yeah, sim round. And this will just have the computer roll dice to find out which holes I hit. And there's even a... when you sign up for a tournament, you can even tell it, hey, any hole I choose not to play, just give me par on it. So, like, the career mode is... you could choose how much golf you actually want to play versus how interested you are in, like, the RPG elements and whatnot. So anyway, let's just play event. Now you're going to encounter something fascinating here because the most interesting thing about this series to me is that, at least beginning with the previous game from this company, the golf club, they have virtual commentators, and they're really, really good. Like, they're shockingly naturalistic, and it's actually a really fun addition to the game. So let's see. Let's jump in here and let's see how this... I have not tried the career mode, so I suspect we're going to get a lot of chatter from the commentators.
2K Sports and the Korn Ferry Tour are proud to bring you this year's Q School Final. Strap yourself in, because we're about to get started for this wonderful tournament. Let's go.
Did you hear the guys switch mics to start recording at home?
PGA Sports. I'm Luke Elvey, alongside Rich Beam, right here in the booth, and out on the course is Henny Coy.
Yeah, this is amazing. He's popping his mic. The dude had to phone in a bunch of his lines.
The minds of these players today as they begin their quest in the Q School Final.
Their focus is to get into the top 5 and get that PGA Tour card, as the next 40 finishers will graduate to the Korn Ferry Tour next season.
Advance hull. Okay, so the way this is set up is because it would take so long to play every single round of a career, you don't do that unless you really want to. You can choose to do that, but generally the way it works is that every time you pick a tournament, you play like a certain number of holes, and the game decides every time you play which holes you're actually going to play. Here it looks like they've given me 6 out of the 18. So it's simulated several holes. My player has just played 2 holes already without me, and now I'm going to pick up on hole number 3.
Into the action. Let's get down to the 3rd hole.
The license has been getting kicked back and forth between EA and 2K for some years. All right. By the way, as far as like the actual golf game itself, it looks fucking wonderful. They've added shitloads of grace notes to the animations. Like, as a golf game, if you just want to get a golf game and just click, quick play, I think it feels fantastic. Like, it just has really great sort of nuance and everything. And compared to the last one I was playing, which like I thought was good at the time, but there weren't a whole lot of like grace notes in the animations, and I think that really enhances it a lot. You'll see what I mean. Where's the lower thirds? Yeah, actually, that is surprising. Anyway, here we go.
Looks to be going with a hybrid here.
Oh, that is gonna be just fine.
Yep, so it could be mouse-based.
Shot into birdie range here at the third.
So it can be mouse-based if you want.
Yes, this kid is a stud.
God, the commentators. So you could do the thing I did where I swung the mouse manually, or you could do a triple-click system like classic, PGA Tour, or it's you could use a gamepad, and a lot of people seem to like that. Now, one thing they added in this that I like, it's kind of cheating, but there's a thing that just lets you preview your putt. And, frankly, putting is the hardest part of the game, so if you're going to cheat in one particular way.
A roll here with back-to-back birdies.
Back-to-back birdies, move in the right direction there, Luke.
He's currently tied for third.
So you notice how they said back-to-back birdies. I didn't play the previous hole, but apparently my boy did, and did a good job.
It's a par 4.
Woo! The striking, just like the sound design, is really, really good.
Oh, absolutely flushed.
Absolutely flushed. So wait, what hole am I on? Is this contiguous? Because I just finished...
Standing over his second shot. 4 shots behind our leader.
Okay, so I don't know which hole... Okay, I'm on hole number 4. I think that's what this means. And it's hole 2 out of 6 of the 6 that I'm going to be playing in this course. I don't know if a trackball would work very well. This is really designed for... Because the way that I move the mouse back and then forward directly controls how it moves, and I think that a trackball would introduce an arc to it that would probably throw off your swing. That's just my opinion, though. All right, let's see. So we're... one moment. So this is a 92-yard estimate on the 60-degree wedge, really? That's what we took? Well, whatever. So this wants me to go 86%. I'm still having a little bit of trouble dialing in that, but that was pretty good.
This one looks to be on a pretty good line.
Oh. Oh, nice. Got some backspin on there.
Inside the range.
Already had a few birdies today. This for another.
Now, you see, it's really hard to read the lie. And if you're not like real golf pro experienced, I think that the putting simulator is like almost essential to having a decent game. Now, you can only do that once per putt. So I've got that line, and I just have to remember where I was pointing to make use of it. But this looks pretty good. It's given me an estimate, 42% power. So that, hopefully, will put it in.
Shots back after that hole.
Yeah, exactly. My boy just like wanders onto the course. In like
Looking to ride the momentum after coming off a birdie here with this shot.
Guy wanders onto the course in like a petit mal seizure state, and just like manages to just wang it through the first 2 holes, and then wakes up like, whoa, what am I doing here? Huh? Third hole? Oh, okay. Let's go. Really, just honestly, like I said earlier, I was bitching about how microtransaction heavy the game is and whatnot. I just wanted to get that out of the way because, again, like the rest of the game is immaculately crafted. The sound design is fantastic. The animations are really good. I think you'll notice here after we hit this that my guy like lets the club slide back into his hand, and I just think that's such a great little grace note. Yeah, that right there.
Fairway seeker to me.
I think it's so organic. God, a first-person golf game would be miserable. I think there's one. One
here, Rich. This one's going for another birdie.
It's a good start to the day. Let's hope they can keep up the good form.
Sorry, I keep getting interrupted by the commentators, but I refuse to turn them off. I think there's like one game out there that actually has you walk or cart between holes, and I think there's a reason there's only one. So I'm playing with a bunch of assists on, by the way.
With this wind.
So like you can make it a little tougher if you want a little bit more grit.
All
right.
You've been reading them well all day. Take us through this putt.
Pretty sure this is going to move to the left.
I thought that they had sussed out my name for a second because he said John, but that's the name of the other commentator. Also, there's like 6 commentators, but that's a genuine thing with golf. They've just got like so many people up in the booth and like just parked out, just posted up all over the course.
Ooh,
All right,
nice
see.
line. Nice one.
right.
4th birdie of the day. And
Yeah.
that will take him to 4 under.
Just birdie, 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 birdie. God damn.
Himself at the top of the leaderboard.
Wait, did it? Hang on. Did it skip a strike? Did it skip a swing?
Let's see what happens here on the 6th.
We'll pay closer attention, but no, I think I whacked that right onto the green, didn't I? Well, anyway. So, oh wow, look how shitty my swing was.
The cut stuff.
Terrible. My one of my favorite moments in the previous game that I played in this series, like when I found out, you know, how like on point the commentators were, because they made them like super realistic. There's 2 commentator modes. This is the professional mode. This is the actual like tournament mode. But when you play in casual, you can get a commentator as well. But it's sort of like not even a caddy or a friend kind of tone, but like this weird sort of, what if you had just like a hype man who was following you around, just like that you hired to be your friend for the day, which I guess is what a caddy is, but he's not like giving you advice or anything. He's just sort of giving commentary, but I gotta see if we can pull it up later because it's such a strange vibe, but it is fun. And so I remember like one of the first times I was playing this game, the previous game, I hit it and it landed in the rough, and the guy just goes, ooh, yeah, that's, I think they call that the cabbage. And I had never heard this term, and so I simultaneously learned golf slang and, like, was just astonished by how casual they made this energy. But, hey, it really adds a lot to the game. All right. I think we hit it. Let's try hitting it. I've tried to say this like 4 times. I keep forgetting to finish it, but like,
right at the flag.
holy shit! Oh, whew. God damn! I'm pretty sure I could go in and make like the swinging interface a lot more precise. You notice I'm just like, yeah, it's just like birdie, 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 birdie. Right now, I am playing on a pretty low tier tournament, but still, it shouldn't be this easy. And I guess from what people say, the game has a lot of assists on by default, so I'm kind of tempted to go see if I can turn some of that off.
That hole looks double the size for this player this week.
That hole looks double the size.
Outright leader.
So I think this is our,
Out the 7th. The par
okay,
4.
5 out of 6 holes. So we're almost done with this whole tournament
And
match.
that's a nice strike. This one should find
Round.
the fairway. He's setting
The
up for his 2nd shot.
Like, I think the thing that's interesting to me about golf games is, on the one hand, they are generally really, really, really easy. Now, I don't play a lot of sports games in general,
This is
but
ball striking. Hitting
I thought he was going to say something different right there.
Another green in regulation. This is an absolute clinic.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Is that terminology? This is an absolute clinic? Did he say that? Why did he say that?
Mark it down. That's 6 birdies today.
Jesus Christ, yeah, I'm definitely playing on easy mode. Holy crap.
Our current leader is enjoying a 1-shot lead. We've arrived now at the par 3/8.
Oh, that's what it is. It's because I picked bold. So my guy's just good. I want to make a joke that's like, yeah,
Freewood here.
I picked the mode that makes me Phil Mickelson in 2019, but I can't quite remember my golf lore. I don't really follow golf, but I know just enough.
Distance. John, have you got a read on this one?
Holy
This
shit.
putt is looking like it's going to move pretty hard to the right.
You don't say. God damn. All right, let's just send it over there and then send it. Oh, nope. Okay, finally I missed one.
Not a bad effort right there from long range. Big breaking putt. He just didn't quite read it right, but it'll be an easy par.
Okay, so all these guys are popping their mics. Like, everyone's picking up on that, right? It's not just me. And I wonder if it's because they had a low budget for VO and so they had everybody record from home, or if it's deliberate, you know? Like, it almost comes off as intentional.
Leads by 1.
Okay, so I think that was all 6 holes that I'm going to be playing. And so I think we're about to just simulate the rest of it. Yep. Okay, so yeah, I'm absolutely leading, but who's surprised by that? God damn, I think I got an eagle in there somewhere. Holy shit. Wow, my guy is playing way... Look at this gap. That's 10 under versus 4 under. I'm just absolutely destroying the competition. This is tremendously fucked. God, that's easy mode, baby. Yes, this is PGA Tour 2K25, the latest one. I don't know why this guy is just sent this fucking tournament to the Shadow Realm. That is an unreasonable gap. You know what's funny is now that I think of it, I wonder how much of that is because the game pre-calculated that he was going to go a certain amount under par, and then like I didn't fuck up any, so it stacked. I don't know. Anyway,
it's a nice way to start this tournament, opening up with the first round
got some
lead.
Chivos.
Absolutely it is. You always want to see your name up on top of that leaderboard no matter which round you're in. After the first round, though, so far, so good.
Well, that's all we've got time for today. On behalf of myself, Luke Elvey, Rich Bean, Henny Koyak and John McCarthy, plus all the hard-working folks behind the action at 2K Sports.
Oh my God.
Look forward to your company next time.
I have no idea if any of these people are like personalities or if they're just, randos, Yeah, the fucking music is a bit much, let me tell you. Like, I would turn it off, but at times it's good. This shit, though, the, like, victorious, generic victorious cinematic music, I do not like that. All right, so what did we get? 180 XP for completing a round, 20 XP for a course challenge. That was, I didn't go over the stroke limit on any hole, which would have been pretty hard. God, are you hearing this, like, the thrill of victory, angels in the outfield bullshit? Like, wow. No difficulty bonus. Okay, yeah, there we go. So I think I want to crank the difficulty on another round. And then I don't even want to fucking know what a clubhouse pass is. That's more microtransaction horse shit. And then, yeah, so I'm leveling up my gloves. So what did this get me? So I'm coming up on a +2 driver, I guess. Ugh. Gross. So are these all like yeah, okay, these are all like a pixel away from leveling. Oh, the golf ball has forgiveness. I guess that's for all the sins that my bold character is going to commit. This game absolutely has a battle pass. There's fucking, you can buy... Let me just pop over to Steam here for a second. Also, goddamn, the music is not half bad. Like, it's sort of just, kind of generic lo-fi type of stuff, but still, I mean, we'll just hand it to him, all right? God damn it, Marlo. A few more levels and you go from golf to golf. I get it. I get it. The one thing I'll say is that at least this is like... I think that in a lot of games with like microtransaction loot crate bullshit that they go way too hard and they're like customizing stuff that people don't customize IRL or that just doesn't make diegetic sense to customize. But people really do buy like really specialized fancy looking golf clubs IRL. This is like very much an equipment sport, so I'll give you that. Anyway, so I spent $70 on this game, which stung. I looked for other places to buy it, but no dice. You can get the deluxe edition for $85 or the legend edition for $119. And it's not like you're buying a soundtrack or anything. It's, let's see, the members pass is basically, yeah, it's a season pass, a starter pack, looks like some clothes. Yeah, here we go. +1 Evo tool, increase club set or ball performance +5, level up tokens. Yeah, it's literally just pay to win, right? I'm not sure about the announcers. I would think that they sound a little bit crappier than an actual broadcast. I've watched a few golf telecasts, and I don't recall them ever popping like that. So overall, they sound pretty good. Like real golf commentary can sort of range in tone, certainly. But these guys aren't too far off aren't too far off the track as far as realisms. So just as far as audio quality, though, it seems a little scratchy to me. That's my take. Anyway, yeah, here we go. Okay, so let's try and even figure out... I got this shit earlier, and so the thing that I really hate about... And we're just going to bitch about microtransactions again. The thing that I really hate about the sort of microtransactions slash, just AAA sludge hell is I was playing the demo of this game where you can't buy anything, and after I completed a round, before I could get my bearings, it gives me this exact screen we're looking at. And so the problem I have here is that what we're being offered here is sort of like, so I fucking hate Borderlands. I should put that out there, that I think Borderlands destroyed video games because of the, just the green arrow, red arrow comparison bullshit, where it's like every time you kill an enemy, 25 rifles pop out of them and you pick them all up. And an hour into the game, you've learned to kill the part of your gray matter that wants to get excited at the look of a gun or how that gun meshes with your overall play style or the mechanic. No. An hour into the game, you've learned that you have a job. You're not here to play. You're not here to have fun. You're here to make number go up. And to do that, you need to rapidly whip your mouse over everything and look for the highest number of green arrows and pick that. Yes, you could technically, in some of the games, you can craft stuff to improve it, but you're literally wasting your time. That's in there solely for people doing ultra end game shit where there's literally nothing else for them to do. So you they're just throwing you a bone. There is no point in upgrading anything in any of these fucking Schluter games because you could pour 50,000 credits or whatever into upgrading something, and then the game's just going to roll the dice and bump all the other loot in the world up by 2%. So it's instantly obsoleted. And you can tell yourself, well, look, I know in my head that, yeah, that 0.1% improvement in stats, I know the arrow is green, but I also know it's not going to meaningfully change the gameplay. So if I don't care about making number go up, then couldn't I just focus on the gameplay? But you can't. The game ruins you. It burns out your neurons. And it makes you do things you don't want to do. You don't want to be comparing these fucking arrows, but you're doing it anyway, and you cannot stop because you're an animal and you have been programmed by evolution to believe that better is better, no matter how minimally better it is. And this has infected all of gaming, basically, to the point where I think that the vast majority of games that have randomly generated loot are brain toxins, and you shouldn't expose yourself to them. But the thing that's really irritating about it is that they rip the Band-Aid off so fast. So actually, I'm sorry. I'll stop for a moment. Ruby Rocks, I dispute that because I played Diablo when it was new. I played, Diablo 2. I never liked Diablo 1. But I played Diablo 2 when it was new. If you play it now, it has that problem. But when it was new, for the first 8 patches before it went to live service bullshit, they had the developers had carefully crafted a loot progression system where, yes, it algorithmically generates loot, but one, if you pick a weapon because you just like it, like the kid taking 6 Pikachus because he just likes Pikachu in Pokemon instead of theory crafting and staring at spreadsheets all day to pick the perfect team, you can do that. You can get away with it. When I played Diablo 2 originally on the second or third patch, I got a spear from What's-Her-Face in the Rogues encampment that I liked so much that I carried it all the way to Diablo. And the game let me do that. And I didn't feel bad about it because at no point did the game offer me something that was just so much, just so vastly superior to what I had. It wasn't pouring on these just overwhelming screen-filling piles of attributes. It's everything I picked up, I could be yeah, those numbers are a little bit better, but I like my spear. Now, if you do that, the problem is you can't get attached to anything because every single item in the game has 50 attributes. And so, you just instantly, as soon as you pick it up, you're just I don't care about this. I can't get excited about this. This is just a pile of 1% modifiers. It's not a weapon. It's just an entry in a spreadsheet. This is a calculation in a fucking cell. And that's my opinion on it. I'm never going to change my mind on it. If you enjoyed anyway, then Godspeed. But I can't. And I think a lot of people don't realize how much this is dissatisfying them and the horrible dopamine nightmare that it puts you in. But with that said, the thing that really bugs me about a lot of these modern games is this shit that's going on here, where I don't know what any of this is. And I'm not being tutorialized. They're just like dumping some shit on me. And the reason they're doing that is because they simply assume that I already know, like, the score. Like, they just assume that most people playing this already know the score or don't care. Like, we're all so numb to it that they're just going to be like, yeah, here's 2 different swing paths, whatever that is. And then, like, earlier I think I got offered, like, 4 club upgrades that were all, like, yeah, this, I don't know, this one has +1 to vigor, while this one has +1 to boldness. It didn't say that, but it might as well have. And you gotta, which one do you want? And I'm like, I don't know what any of those fucking things are, and I'm playing the demo. And so I can't even have them. And so, like, they rip the Band-Aid off, like, instantly. The curtain is whisked back before you even start playing the game. And that's, like, that level of cynicism is so frustrating to me, because, like, it's one thing to have the corporate overlords step in and go, like, lift your hand and put it onto the lever on the side of the slot machine. That's one thing, but it's another thing entirely to have them just walk up and go like, okay, hand us your wallet. And you're like, what? And they're like, look, dude, you're not leaving until you're broke. Right? It's just like mask off completely. Anyway, that's my feeling on it. And that's the other thing, right? It's like there's a couple people asking like about roguelikes and whatnot. And I'm just like, you know what? If you enjoy it anyway, good. If you're having a good time, if you're not broke, if your bank account isn't empty, then whatever. It's your call whether this is good or bad for you. I think it's a very individual level thing. I tend to think of the people who are harmed by it because of the tendency, the frequency that people have just gambling problems, whether it's, you know, conventional gambling or not. I think that is such a widespread problem that the idea of leaning into it, even if you and I are not hurt by it, I think there's not a single one of these games that isn't injuring somebody. And I think a lot of it has to do, in my head, a lot of it has to do with this sort of opacity to everything. It's like, oh my God, I'm just overwhelmed by all these things they're dumping on me. And so I've got to chase every single one of these down and figure out what they all mean. And like 45 minutes of my life just gets eaten up by finding out what club fittings are. And consumable ball. I'm sorry. Let's forget everything I said because this game contains the phrase consumable ball. Now, what that means is if you're having a tough time on the course, you're trying to line up that birdie shot and you just know it's not going to go in. You're getting a little jittery. You're feeling the pressure. Your golfer reaches into his back pocket, pulls out his Flight 3-pack, and subtly takes a bite. Oh my God. Oh. Just the commentate, you know, the ushers out in the crowd all put their hands up and everybody just lowers their eyes a little bit. Let's give him a moment of silence, you know, moment of privacy here. Let him consume the ball. Let him consume the ball. He's going to need this extra. He's going to need this extra energy to get him over this hump. We need to, in his moment of need, we need to give Jonathan Driver the peace, quiet, and security he needs to get himself where he needs to be. Now, we don't ask questions. Is the ball full of amphetamines? That's not for us to say. The PGA has authorized these consumable balls. We're not the arbiters of the rules. All right, it looks like he's ready to golf. Let's see how this putt goes. Bonk. I'm not touching any of that shit. I don't intend to go install a single upgrade. Sorry for stopping for half an hour to fucking opine. Anyway, all right, so... Oh, my popularity is going up. So I don't have any messages. I don't have any sponsors. So let's go ahead and just bomb through another tournament. Or another round. Oh, did I... Post-ball clarity? Fuck. No, you can't say that. That's so close to the actual term. Ooh, it is warm as hell in this room today.
2K Sports and the Corn Ferry Tour are proud to bring you this year's Q School Final.
Oh, that's right.
This tournament is
Shit.
about to begin. Hi everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Luke Elvey.
I want to turn off the assist, but I'm not sure how to.
What's the game plan for them today?
Right now the game plan is working, but they still have to go out there and play off the front foot.
Okay, the problem with the consumable Pokeball is there a Pokemon in it at the time? Man, we don't want to think about that. I did not get AC for my studio, but I'm actually at home right now, and it's just so warm that the AC isn't keeping up. My home office is apparently just like very vulnerable to sun, and also I have a couple computers in here, and the room's like fairly small, so it's just having a tough time. The AC's having a tough time keeping up, which is funny because like I turned it off earlier because it was freezing cold in here. And then I left the house for a little bit. When I came back, it's too damn warm. If I'd left it on, we'd be fine. But I just turned the fan on. Let me know if you start getting fan noise. I'll see what I can do. Anyway, yeah, so this is the Corn Ferry Tour, and this is a real thing. I'd like to point out... Hang on a second. I just want to look something up real quick. Oh, thank God, they're still doing it. Let me just get a picture into the stream here. All right, so this right here is a picture of a really popular and well-traveled golf tournament. It's been going on for years. Let's zoom out a little bit and just get ourselves a picture. Yeah, there we go. So that's the now you can see the event sponsor. So that's the event sponsor for this one. Yeah, it's the Waste Management Tour. Waste Management has been sponsoring like a huge tournament for many, many years. And every single fucking time that they do this, every time somebody is playing at Waste Management, that's what they have to say. That, you know, Rory McIlroy did a real bang-up job at Waste Management this year. It's really, really funny. Golf gets sponsored by the weirdest shit.
Let's get down to the first hole.
The Waste Management Tour. That's just the garbage men coming through the neighborhood. All right, so whoop, let's just zip over here. All right, let's go ahead and just I'm bold, so we're gonna go ahead and just fade it to the right a little bit there, and then just fire it. Just launch this motherfucker. Yeah, okay, there we go. You see where it says 100% perfect? It's because I'm bold. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of golf courses were built on landfill. That's very funny to think about.
Second shot into the first.
Shit. Wait, I wonder if that's actually the reason. Because does Waste Management own the course? I don't think so. Here we go. I'm on thehackersparadise.com. By the way, if you don't know, and why would you? Hacker is a derogatory term used in golf for just like a Bush League player is called a hacker. It's very funny. Anyway, so I've got a thread here. In honor of Waste Management Tour this week, ever play on a course built on a dump site? And yeah, there's a number of people. Listing as Settlers Hill in Batavia, Illinois. Park Ridge Golf Course in Lake Worth. Eagle's Nest in the Greater Toronto Area. Trump's Ferry Point Park. LOL. Yeah, pretty good. I don't think that has anything to do with why Waste Management is sponsoring them. They're just like a gigantic mega corporation, but it is very funny. Oh, yeah, actually, and here's a whole list of, Bally's Golf Links, Harborside International Golf Center, Harbor Shores, Michigan. Yeah, a whole bunch of them. Great. It's great. Shodan Commentator DLC. That beats a GLaDOS Commentator DLC. I have no beef with GLaDOS. Why am I saying that? Good old methane pipes. That is very funny to think about. Like that's what the golf holes are. You just hit a ball, it get into a pipe, and then it just gets blasted into the air by okay. Anyway, let's hit the ball. You know, I didn't check how many holes we're playing.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Oh.
Well played.
Again, I'm sure it's assisting the shit out of it, so I shouldn't feel too bad about it. But, you know, I'm going to be a...
long putt, but there is a break to the left.
Okay, I'm 100% positive. I just heard that again. I'm 100% positive that the VAs, bless their hearts, were not equipped with the best mic setups.
Seems to be some sort of a mission he's on today.
And not giving the field a chance to breathe whatsoever.
Once again, it really sounded like he was going to say not giving a shit.
Time to tee
I'm
off.
just sad that he didn't. You know, I'm going to hit a escape here.
Change. First one of the day. They needed it desperately. Now, next hole, looking for more.
Is there any option to, like, turn up the difficulty? Probably not now that I think of it mid-course, right? Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, so we're playing on perfect swing, which is synonymous with easy. So let's go ahead and, there we go. There we go. Okay, so the thing I'm most curious about is where it turns off the putt preview. And so it looks like up into Pro-Am, it's unlimited number per round, but you can actually turn it down so it's effectively it's like one preview per. And each of these gives you a slight XP multiplier, so you can dial in your desired difficulty, which is pretty much where we are right here. I think we're going to give this a shot. Rhythm preference. God, look at all this. There's so much in here. Holy crap. Man. Okay, yeah, we're going to leave it there. We're going to see how this goes. Yeah, the multiplier is not that strong, but for me, it's just that I want a slightly tougher game, because I feel like I'm just hitting way too many birdies. My guy is like -11 on the course or the tournament so far, and that's just like he shouldn't be that good yet. I mean, Tiger fucking Woods isn't usually that good. I don't think.
That's not the shot he was hoping for.
Well, I think
Shot here.
the difficulty definitely went up, so hopefully we're going to see those numbers start going down, and my guy's going to become more of a loser. Loser, you're a loser.
It's a high caliber shot.
Baby, want a bottle?
Taking aim from around 100 yards here.
Okay, yeah, I deliberately sliced it just to see. And yeah, when you turn up the difficulty, it gets way easier to fuck up your shots.
And this putt is for a big 4 on the scorecard. All right, Henny. What's he got in front of him here with this putt?
This is an outside chance. Maybe a lag putt even. He's got 30 feet.
The back and forth, that could really go either way. Boy, that might just nullify. Let's see what we got. Exciting. Okay, so we're going to want to bring it over there, hope that carries through, and then wang it.
That was long range for him. That's good stuff.
But not quite.
Just 4 feet remaining between him and the hole.
This, frankly, feels a lot more realistic. It feels a lot less like the game is just picking the ball up and putting it in the hole for me. So we're going to keep playing through on that. Okay, so we're only going to play 6 holes. And then we're going to move on to another, hopefully, another round of RPG gameplay. That's what I'm excited for. I want to see if we get a phone call from the media.
This one looks like it's going right.
All right, I got to start being more careful, apparently. Let's send that to the right a little bit, and... Ooh. Oh? Okay, yeah, we take that. We don't take that, though. Ah, god damn it. Woof. Go in the hole. Go in the hole. Go in the... Oh, you...
That's quality. Clean-up work remaining on this hole.
God damn.
For the event.
That was so close to just like a really nice chip in, but what can you do?
And now onto the par 4 4th hole.
I do love the feel of driving in this game. Like, when you hit it, you feel like you fucking hit it. Yeah, so I was right that the game was really steering me onto the fairway.
Yesterday, but totally different circumstances today.
Okay, so we're actually playing on the same course. That makes sense. We're doing another round on the same course as part of the tournament. Okay. If I hit this from here, it's going to go in the drink, but I don't want to lay up. Shit. I'm going to split the difference, go with the pitching wedge, and see what that gets us.
Going with the pitching wedge here.
Yeah, that was the right call. That was the right call.
Got a lot of that one.
Oh, buddy, sir. Okay. Okay.
Great up and down from this spot.
What are we at? This is, what even is the par on this hole? 4? Is that what this is? Yeah, I think that's what this is showing me. That's the par, and this is the stroke that I'm on. So, yeah, because we're on birdie here. So, all right, we're set up for a chip shot. Let's see if we can take it a little bit under. Nope. Shit. All right. Well, from this angle, it should be a little bit easier to putt that in. Yeah, as I expected. All right. And there we go.
Checking back in with the standings, and he continues to lead this tournament. And now teeing off on this
Fucking
par
Destiny
4 hole.
music every time we go to an interstitial. So now I got to be a little more careful with the drive shots in particular, but
Me of smooth jazz. Great.
that's the funniest line in the entire game. Holy shit. Holy shit.
This shot from about 190 yards out. Currently leading by 3.
I think we're just going to take the caddy advice and just fire it. Oh, nope. Nope. I should have checked my wind. I bet that was wind. Holy shit.
Oh, John's been down there calling all the action. Have a good read on the lie here.
Deep here, guys. Really nestled into this sand trap. Let's see what happens.
Okay, yeah. All right, we take that.
That away. Come on.
That's frustrating. And that should secure the par on this one.
He just looks so morose. It's like,
As we
okay.
enter the next. Next up is a par 4. Always a stern test.
So, I'm curious if this trajectory, I think this trajectory that we see here is not based on the windage. Yeah, no, that's just based on the assumption that the ball is going to spin to the right a bit. So we actually need to dial in a bit more left if we want it to really go where we want, even if we hit it straight, which we didn't. We hooked it. So, well, we might still end up on the fairway, maybe, but I think we're headed for... Oh, yeah, okay, all right, we take that. Hello, Software Bobby. Thank you for joining. It's all good. I've just been bitching about
This is his second shot.
live service games and playing golf, so not that much to miss. 3 mile an hour, and send it.
That won't get a good lie, I'm sure.
Nope. Nope.
Well, this is one of those lies that dictates a shot. It doesn't seem like it's a tough one.
Yeah, we're just gonna send that. I overswung. That pretty much just puts us right back where we started.
And
from
from
a
the
different angle.
greenside rough here.
Shit. I got the rhythm. Got the rhythm wrong there. So that's gonna. Is that gonna put me over par? Probably. Holy shit. Wow. Oh, I'm in hell. Notice the commentators have just shut the fuck up at this point. There we go. Okay, and that's not gonna sink it.
5
So
feet coming up to the cup.
I'm not gonna fuck this one up. So let's get the preview. Okay. The rhythm on putting is really strange. A lot of the time when I go to do it, I accidentally cancel the putt, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
No movement up or down.
Yes, this game is absolutely able to do more than PGA courses. They actually have a whole course designer, which I have not looked into. We'll see what we... oh, we can press C for fast. So, yeah, let's... See, again, my guy is just playing in absentia way, way better than he should be. But I guess if he didn't, then we're not really going to get a good like RPG mechanic, right? That was really funny. Because what we want is to get interviewed by the media, and that's not going to happen unless you're playing it, you know, rising star levels. So let's see what happens from here.
Tidy work through 2 rounds, Rich, has opened up a huge buffer over the field.
I don't think I've seen 2 rounds this complete in my life, Luke. Having such a massive lead.
Yeah, Black Raven, I'll pull up the course designer.
On behalf of myself, Luke Elvey, and Rich Beam, thanks for tuning in. Catch you tomorrow.
All right, so I've leveled all of my equipment, so I guess we'll go apply that. Let's advance. I see. Okay, so did we finish the tournament? I think it was a 2-game tournament. So I guess we got some followers for that. So let's see what that looks like. The choppiness is actually happening on my end. Oh, what the fuck? I'm getting some, Whoa, I'm getting some awful frame drop. What the fuck is going on? Whoa. This is a new one. This has never happened before. All right, let me go jump in my router and see if anything weird is happening over there. Yeah, nothing really doing. Okay, this says that we are back up and hot. Right? Yeah, I stopped and restarted the stream, and OBS took a really long time to do it. So I actually kind of suspect that the problem was not a network level one. Anyway, all right, let's see if we can press on here. So we've done a couple games, a couple rounds here. I don't seem to have any messages from the media or anything. So let's go back to the main menu. Yeah, stream seems happy now, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Whatever. Let's pop over to the design section. So, well, actually, first off, let's go to play, quick play, new local, and then let's see if we can just look at what other players. Let's see, change course, and this should give us access to a library. There we go. Suggested, trending, etc., etc. So, go to trending. So these are official, but if we Oh, because this is the... Oh, wait, there it is. Next page. Official, official, official. It does make sense that they would be the most popular courses. In their previous game, there were... Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's a player map. There we go. Now we're into some player-made stuff. George Bushy, Golden Grass GC. And then, of course, if you, there's absolutely, like, ridiculous... This one's called Predator? Wait, when did they rename Stats for Nerds? Like 2 weeks ago, I swear it was still that.
Hello and a big warm welcome from me, John McCarthy, to you.
The 32X version of
Sorry, that was some Tim Rogers there. It still says Stats for Nerds on desktop.
Let's get on our horse here, rip it into the fairway, and we'll take it from there.
We're going to get on our horse here and rip it into the fairway. So yeah, earlier I mentioned the commentary differs between like casual mode and professional mode, and we're definitely getting the casual mode. Now, I do want to point out that so we're playing on Predator here, and I noticed there are some helicopters up there. Let's go ahead and rotate here and see. Can we see anything? Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, so there he is. I don't know if I have like a free camera here or anything, but there we go. Or wait, Yeah, so I can't quite get all the way out there, but there's the Predator. So, yeah, and then I don't exactly know what all that is. That's pretty creepy. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and hit this ball and see how that treats us. Probably not straight into the sand trap, I wouldn't think. All right. We're probably on... Are we on perfect shot again? No, we're definitely not.
This one's heading for the sand, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And what are you thinking? What are you thinking out of this fairway bunker? Let's see what you got.
Am I going to hit it straight into the other bunker? Come on, let's have
I
that.
don't think you got enough club on this one out of the sand.
Nope.
Setting up from the long grass here. Let's get on out of this.
I don't know what you need to run this game on Ultra because unfortunately I do have a space computer. I have like a 4070 or something, and it's like considerably better than something you can just readily go out and grab. So, oh, there's just like almost there's a little bit of insidious break at the end there. Let's assume that persists, and nope.
Man. Setting up here for the 10-foot putt. I think this starts off pretty straight and then takes a bit of a left turn.
See, I really like the casual commentary. They add so much, just so much texture to it. I know it's a little corny, but
yeah, that's gonna work. Well done. All right, 2 over par at the moment.
Oh, okay. So despite this being kind of a joke map, they actually bothered to add the little cinematic glides. So I love that.
Right to left out there.
I mean, it is a trending map afterwards. I like how he said right to left and not east to west. It's really funny.
Have that.
Monovision XGA monitor.
Second shot here on hole number 2.
Is that ringing a bell? Let me look this up. Wow, no, I've never seen that before. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. So this is like, let's get this up for the whole class to see. So this thing ostensibly is like a 1024 by 768 29-inch CRT. I don't think it's being used for that here, but yeah, I've never seen this thing before. Let's see, 29. Oh, it also comes in a 34-inch version, and it'll do 720p/1080i. Okay, so that's probably derived from a. It feels like it might just be like a Wega TV, just like an early HD CRT. So I don't know if that's that special other than the input, because like there were ED TVs and whatnot that would do like DVI VGA input. It's probably kind of the same experience, but that's still cool. Hello, frame buffer. All right, let's get this in. I'm not sure why it's selected. Okay, this is exciting because if we hit it there, it's going to bounce out. But you know what? We're bold. Well, we're not in career mode, so I guess we wouldn't necessarily be bold. And holy shit, well, we just bolded it in the wrong direction. That was more of an italic than a bold stroke. Oh God, oh no, oh Lord, oh no, oh
okay,
no.
Setting up here with an elevated green ahead.
I'm kind of surprised the commentators are like equipped for that sort of thing. Maybe there's a hinting system. Oh God, oh no, oh no. Is this just going to keep happening? Is this real life? Am I in hell?
Up now with an elevated green to deal with. And there's a bit of a downslope on this green to be careful of.
The funny thing about this is that despite being...
This is putting to the extreme. This is so far away from the cup, it's crazy. Good luck.
Yeah, I'll
We've
bet.
got a pretty steep left to right break.
Yeah, we're going to need even more juice than that. Despite being, you know, the Predator course, LOL, this is like, it's a playable course, you know? It's decent. If that goes in, no, that's not going to go in. God,
that was almost.
did get close. Oh, I thought he was just going to say that was almost. Like, is that Zoomer slang? Like, that was almost. All right, we take that. I don't know if you heard that squeak. That was me sliding my keyboard. I did not expect to sound like that. Holy shit, this looks cool. So yeah, the game, there's a helicopter in that tree. This game definitely is not limited to PGA Tour courses, unless the PGA Tour has gotten a lot sicker. I love the stone markers. I don't think those are original to the game, but I guess maybe. You know, I didn't even check where the fucking hole was. So
some solid contact.
These huge columns. Is this a reference to? What is this a reference to? Holy crap! I've only ever seen the original Predator. This does not seem relevant to that.
Second
But I'll
shot on the third.
bet it's coming from something. God, this course looks nice. Nope, that's
Looks
not.
like this one's heading to the rough.
Not where we want it to go. Oh, out of bounds. Wow. I didn't even check where that started me from. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Good enough. Good enough. All right. Now let's Gosh, you know, we should see if we can load this up in the course designer. I don't know if that's a thing, but we should try it because this is just such a nice looking map.
Hit this one, but that's okay. And lining up your sixth shot here.
So yeah, like you notice how the commentator is in like this sort of buddy mode. I'm like, what guy would this be?
I'm liking that one. Nice chip.
Is this like a?
Okay,
Is this like?
3-footer.
Is this your instructor? Or like, you know?
And sitting at 5 over par for the day.
Stroke play at Predator.
All right, an opportunity to stick this one close here on the par 3 fourth hole.
I noticed that earlier as well. I wondered if anybody else would. It seems like it's either a Canadian accident or like a accident. Wow. Or like a just like a northern Midwest sort of. Well, you know what I'm saying.
And the approach heading to the left. No, that one's going down into the water. Okay, that green is well below us. So we might need a little less club.
That's too much club. Yeah, I agree. Oh God, are we in the water?
That ball was bad for you anyway. That was a bad ball. Oh, we
That's a
might
really
need a
funny
little less
bit.
club on this one. That green's below us.
Sure. Okay. Let's go down here and then hammer it. Let's see what that does.
Well,
Oh my
that one's
God.
goodbye. We're in the deep stuff here.
One of these days, I'm gonna progress on this
one's
course.
coming out of the rough, and I don't know if it's going to make it.
Oh, okay. All right.
From the green side sand. Hopefully we get up and down from here.
Holy shit. Oh yeah, that was a consumable ball. You know, it's like cause it hauled out. It's full of
we're out of that bunker. That's all I
nothing
care
we need to
about.
talk
Good
about.
stuff.
You know.
And we've reached the shot limit on this one. We're going to push on to the next hole.
There's a house
Wind
up in that.
going left to right.
Oh, okay. There's the hole. Let's Oh, we can do that. We can do that. We're gonna be bold. Maybe too bold. I don't know.
That's a great use of the downslope here before the green. Let's see what happens.
Oh my God! Did I just go down and back up
Five in
out of the
green,
bunker?
And
Holy shit!
got a putt for eagle coming up. That's all right. Best of luck on this one. We've got a lot of real estate to cover here. But I think it's breaking to the left.
I think they used this guy in the previous game as well. Unless it was just the exact same vibe. I don't know. Yeah, okay.
Here's what you're looking at for birdie. It looks like this one's
Wait, that's
breaking
still a
right to
birdie?
left.
Did I get mulligans?
Oh, it's getting there. That was
The little fist bump.
amazing.
All right. I'm just like, God, are there 18 holes here? Because I don't necessarily want to play all of them, but I do want to see all of them.
Sixth.
I was putting for eagle.
Ooh, right off the tree there. Ouch. Swallowed up into the abyss.
Tell you what though, let's do this. Let's quit because it actually saves our position if we want to come back anyway. Okay. And then let's go over to the course designer. If we go to publish courses, does this only show us our own? Yeah. I was hoping. I don't think you can edit anybody else's courses. But let's do a new course. Let's see what this designer looks like. Okay. New course. Hell. All right. What's our theme? I mean, desert would seem to... Yeah, that does seem likely. Oh, so we're going to do like a TerraGen sort of situation. Oh, delightful. Oh, delightful. Okay. Oops, pick the one. Huh. So this must be easy mode, right? Because there's got to be a detailed editor. Oh, okay, yeah. So we hit continue, and then presumably this is going to put it into. All right, yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's the whole 9 yards. Hole 13 options. Hole 7 options. Oh, I see. I was trying to use the keyboard keys to steer myself around, but they're just triggering like joystick inputs, basically. So, okay. Hang on a second. All right. So what are we doing here? So if we move this, does that update the terrain? Yeah, it updates the terrain automatically. Yep, it sure does, which I kind of figured it would. Now, does that mean also that if we do this... Oh, there we go. If we do this... Okay, yeah, so it always creates a little island around the hole itself. I think, is that the hole or is that the tee? I think that's the hole? Nope, that's the tee. So you just start off in the middle of the water, which is really funny. Gosh, this looks pretty damn sophisticated, if I'm honest. Let's look at the there we go, landscaping tools. How do we do this? I guess I could have read the tutorial. Well, here, let's try it on the dirt first. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, so but it says we're set to raise. Huh. Oh, wait. Oh, everything's changed. Okay, there we go. So Alt scroll to rotate, Control scroll to scale, and then Shift scroll to actually do it. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's so you don't exactly paint with it. That's intriguing. It's sort of like input being fed into a terrain generator. Huh. Okay, so we hit back, and then, all right, we got all these prefab options. So we can, ooh, that's not that does not scroll very fast. But there we go. So we put that in, and then it quickly refines it. Okay. Disturbing. All right, well, that's cool. What else we got here? So terrain shaping tools. How's that different from landscaping? Okay, so do we have to... There we go. Okay, so we have to set a height before it'll do anything. That makes sense. That doesn't look too different from the other one. Terrain shaping versus landscaping. Clear generated trees. Oh, so we can just... Well, I don't think there are any trees. Do cacti not count? I guess they don't. Here we go. Nature, trees, acacia. Yep, all right. I am not at a high enough energy level to do anything funny with this. Oh wow, look at the yellow. I'm sorry, look at the LOD on those trees. That's just like a secret of mana ass tree icon. That's hilarious. Man. So yeah, it looks like you could do any goddamn thing you want. Not that we didn't know that from the Predator map. I know this is really, really, really old hat, but man, the dynamic shadow is still just... It's still wild that our personal computers could just do that. You know, and that's not even like a 4070 thing. That's like, you can get this on a card from 10, 15 years ago. It's just stencil shadows, but man, they look cool. Yeah, can I just make the tree rotate all the time? Anyway, yeah, presumably the oh my God, could I just drop Clive in here? Could I just drop Clive in here? Can we do that? Hang on a second. Yeah, how do we do a custom asset? Course settings, objects, all objects, add board. One moment, I'm just going to Google this. PGA 2K25 import model. Oh boy. Yeah, not coming up with anything. Bummer. Let me try custom 3D model, because obviously that Predator did, get pulled in. So the question is just, did they have to edit the game? No, because they wouldn't have edited the game assets. What am I saying? It's like it was uploaded. So, okay, what else we got? So cursor, camera type, surfaces, measure, environment settings, green settings, playtest. What if we just hit escape? No? No? Man, how would you do this? Oh, you know what? I wonder if you have to go through, like, basically Steam Workshop or something like that. Oh, here we go. Profile menu. Publish, save, rename. Oh, damn, none of that's right. Was the Predator an ad on an ad board? I don't think so. But maybe? Let's go back and take a look at those ad boards. He looked like a real thing. Let's come in here and take a look. Okay, so if we focus on selection, and then we go to the object editor, select ad board. Do we have any sort of like view tutorial, focus on selection? No, nothing really doing it, seems like. Equipment, wildlife, reptiles. Oh. I can rotate him, but I can't scale him. This is criminal. I want to make him bigger. Oh my gosh, hello. There he is. That's the boy. Excellent, excellent. Well, terrific. I'm going to check one more time and just see. Yeah, there's just like generic info on how to do like general purpose course design, but I'm like not really finding anything. let's see. This is for NBA 2K25. But you know, is that also 2K? Sorry about that. Let me see if it's a similar process. Oh, this is like dealing with individual fucking text files. Never mind. Yeah, this doesn't look like much of it. Doesn't look like anything's going on here. So, all right. Well, that's fun and funny, but I think we can bail out of this mode. You know, if I can figure out how to bail out of this mode. M? Yes. Exit. Do not save. All right. Oh, maybe they sculpted the Predator? Well, I think those houses were also custom models, so I don't know. Anyway, let's return to... wait a minute. Let's return to my career. I want to play another couple of games here, and I want to see if we get a... any sort of interaction with the outside world, because that's what I was here for. So, do I just... So this says it's week 1. Do I just continue event, I guess? Yeah, I guess we just continue. You know what? Actually, fuck it. Let's sim an event. Yep, the 3rd round of the Q School final. Okay, so it is the 3rd round. All right, so what happened? Did it do it? I guess it did it. What happened? Oh, okay, so now we're on the final round. Four ball.
.2K Sports and the Corn Ferry Tour are delighted to welcome you to this.
Yes, it's called the
Q School
Corn
Final.
Ferry
We've got
Tour.
final round coverage coming your way right now. I'm Luke.
Don't know
Elvey,
why.
Alongside my booth mate Rich Beam. It's always terrific to have you join us. And Rich, our featured player has been performing extremely well in this Q School Final. And that certainly bodes well for next season.
Most definitely leading the pack here going into the final round. They keep going this rate, they get the win, and their confidence
Jesus
skyrockets.
Christ. 23 below par. My guy played really good on the last one. All right, we're going to do 6 holes and see where this takes us.
13th hole and catch up on play. Well, let's see if this march to victory lane is completed.
All of the commentators have just like super poppy mics. Oh,
Pretty loose. Yep, that's a water ball. John, what does his lie look like down there?
Well, considering where they ended up, the lie could have been a lot worse. I think they might be able to deal with this with not too much trouble.
I think if I hit this from the rough, I think it's going to go straight in the water if I don't play conservatively.
Looking
maybe
great
not.
So far out the rough.
Maybe that could have worked. Maybe I could have just gone for it. Well, whatever. Well, the thing is, it's multiple guys. Like at least 2 of the commentators seem to have no pop filter.
Putting for bogey here. Penny,
Oh,
take us
Jesus.
through the break on this putt.
I've had a look from both sides. This is a right to lefter.
Wow, thanks. Thanks for all that detail. Okay, so the suggestion is, all right, let's go back a little bit and give it a little more juice than it suggests. That's not quite as a little bit more juice as I intended. Okay. Shit.
This is his 5th shot.
Yeah, there was no way I was getting out of that. Unless, yeah, I mean, it's double bogey no matter what, but God, imagine if we chipped in. It's not going to happen. Especially not like that.
7 feet to the cup. Just a short putt remaining here. And maintaining top spot on the leaderboard after that hole. Time to face a par 4 now.
Okay, so we got 5 miles to the right. So I think we want to go over this way. Yeah. So I figured that was going to have some curvature. And it did. All right.
Handy effort, that one. Second shot here on the 14th hole.
Okay, same story here. We've got even more aggressive wind. So curve it over a little bit, and then... Oh, well, okay. Maybe that's going to bring it back and put it more or less where I wanted it. Nope. That's not where anyone wants it.
Players setting up, trying to get up and down from the bunker.
Send it that way, and then just wang it. Okay, well, at least we're on the goddamn green. On the green! Oh, well, not anymore. All right.
Sadly hasn't made a putt all day. Hopefully that can change here. Okay, John, what's he looking at with this putt?
Well, from my viewpoint at least, looks around 29 feet.
14 feet to the cup. And he's down there. You got a read?
Yeah, it's hard to even stand straight on this slope. Big right to left break.
Too much juice.
That went ripping by the hole.
Uh,
And the dreaded triple bogey putt.
God, there's just so much moisture in these voices. Okay, this time around, we need, it says 58, we need to go 60. We need to dial that in right there. No, even that's too much juice. Wow. And I think that's the stroke limit,
He's
isn't
had
it?
a tough time of it on the greens here today. Hopefully all that'll change right here.
What, for my fucking quadruple bogey? I don't think so much, but, you know.
And that putt just was never hit hard enough. Our work here is done. Let's head to the next hole. And as we move on to the next, our featured player leads by 4. Now on the tee of a long par 4. Well, golf, as we all know, is much a mental game as it is physical. Let go of the past, focus on the future.
I think this one is heading for the bunker.
Setting up in the bunker here.
In the bunkie. All right, let's just see what happens if we... Can we just fire it out of here?
This one's not going to get there. Coming up short.
Yeah, hit that one well. That's come out of the bunker and flying. Good shot. Let's see if we can get this one up and down for par.
Probably going to send it right over. Actually, it could be better. Not sure why I'm having so much trouble with the chip ends. What is that
7 feet
about?
to the cup. Never up, never in. Just a tiny putt is all that remains. Yeah, this is some high quality golf. Down the putt goes, and it's 15.
Yeah, this is some high... I slid from minus 23 to minus 15.
Hang on to your hat, folks.
Wow.
This is going to be a barn burner.
I'm going to
He finds
lose
himself
because
with
of
a
that
share the
fucking
lead. On the tee now, the 16th, and it's a par 5.
quad plus bogey.
8 days a week, that rhythm works.
All right, so we got a little bit of wind here. Let's send it that way a bit and then smack it.
It looks like he's thinking about going for the green here.
That's still quite a putt. I don't think that's going to save my
it might not be on the
score.
green, but it's right up near the surface.
Oh, that's for eagle, though.
Sensational
Okay.
play on this par 5 there, Luke.
I'm going to get more aggressive here. Oops. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, this actually limits your... Oh, because I'm in chipping mode. Okay. Yeah, what if we go for a flop? There we go. That's what I was looking for. These are... Okay, so... That's what I'm trying to do. Let's just try and put it there, because I think it can be done. All right.
Oh, that just brushed past the hole.
All right.
A putt here to move to 16 under par. John, have you got a read on this one? What's it going to do?
This putt is going to start out straight and it'll move a little to the right after that.
Come on.
Putt is underway.
A well holed. He'll take the birdie.
And anything can happen down the stretch. Let's see what.
I don't actually know what a flop is. FYI.
He'll like the look at where he's standing on this leaderboard. Well, here we go, Rich. We're at the penultimate hole, the 17th.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. Let me tell you. Oh, okay. This one can get spicy. We got it's not too much wind, so I think more the curvature of the stroke is going to be more important. And that is just a bit too straight of a shot for what I intended, but
Oh, yep. This
we take
is
that.
left.
Now that was a smooth ball on the hole.
This is an opportunity now to move to 17 under par. Okay, Henny, what's he looking at with this putt?
It's looking like about a 32-footer.
It would be virtually impossible to just nail that on purpose, but I'm not saying it can't be done. It's too much juice. Too much juice. Oh, well, we didn't go in the water. We'll take that at least. Well, this could get chipped in. It's not impossible. Though, yeah. Let's try to actually do it, all right? You know, that could have happened.
That to going down.
Its foot's off in the fucking water. Oh my god. I always wonder if a golfer's ever fallen off one of these little islands.
So
Oh, shit.
And this one will be for double bogey.
I think the commentators in actual golf have maps of the course and little protractors and or compasses and just sort of actually do sit there and do estimates.
All right, Rich, you know the scenario. Tied for first place as we begin the final hole.
Smell that, Luke? That smells like a playoff.
The sniffing was too visceral. Okay, yeah, that could be worse.
Great shot. Henny, what's the player facing here?
He's got, I'd say, a solid 145 here.
Okay, so we got a little bit of wind pushing that way. Should compensate and hit it. And just hook it really fucking bad right into the water.
Splash.
Yeah, that's how that was going to go.
Do you like the view from where you're standing, Henny?
He's got around 100 yards here.
Okay.
Nice approach shot there.
Yeah.
In high, inside the range.
Yeah, that could be a lot worse. So we'll take that.
.6 feet remaining to the cup.
All right. Take no chances here because, yeah, that's the story. And come on. And send it.
And that is a bogey to finish his day.
Okay, I lost. All right. Outstanding.
This player has finished in the top 5 and they have guaranteed themselves a spot on the PGA Tour next year. What a day for this player.
Life-changing stuff right here. Making it on the PGA Tour for the first time.
My
What
God,
an
I didn't go to the
accomplishment.
playoffs.
Well, that just about concludes our coverage. On behalf of Rich Beam, I'm Luke Helvey. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
You know, I forgot to upgrade my club. Let's, hey Zen, how's it going? Whoa, this music. Ooh, this is unfortunate. The verbiage here has not been appropriately massaged. I'm thrilled with this result. I can't wait to start playing on the PGA Tour. Drive said. Yeah, the game is regarding the pronouns. I assume that's what you're referring to with this player and they. I think so anyway. Were they using pronouns? I don't remember. Anyway, this game is of the modern approach where they just say like body type A, body type B instead of genders. But I do think it's funny that I just got a glove which is only for body type A. So I'm like, okay, but it's a fucking glove. So you could have, like, I get it, right? Like the cut would be very different for like a shirt, but it's a fucking glove. I'm sure you could have made that one work for either. Anyway, do you have what it... Wait. Oh, I thought this was an option. These are objectives. Okay. All right. Okay, so it just pitches me straight into the next one. And so here we go. This is the what I was talking about with the auto simulation feature. So user sim difficulty. As it says, for holes that I don't play, I can choose how good my player is. So I can just say, yeah, they're Tiger Woods in 1998, right? Was it 98? I think that was when he was kicking ass. Or you can just crank it way down to, well, they're struggling, but apparently they still get shitloads of birdies if you do that. So whatever. And so we could make the challenge a little bit easier if we wanted, crank down the opponents as well. And yeah, as you can see, you can adjust all this. You could say how many holes you want to play. It's been set to dynamic, but it keeps picking 6 for some reason. We could go more or less if we wanted, but I'm going to leave it on dynamic, and I can see what that does. And then for any hole that it auto plays, I can just tell it, just give me a par. Just automatically give me a par. And I don't know how that applies to like my experience gain or anything like that. I don't care that much, but yeah, I am a little curious. Broken set. I don't know that I was able to extract that file. So, yeah, I don't know. If I figure it out, I will upload it to my side channel and put a link to an MP3. Anyway. Oh, okay, I guess. So, were we not in the game up until now? Was that all pre-game? Because now it's saying, welcome to your My Career, but I thought we were in My Career. To begin the first event of your career, I thought that's what we just played. Wait. Oh, wait, no, because these buttons didn't exist before. But I didn't. Oh, that's weird. Oh, okay, all right, we can do an interview, everybody. Hell yes. Yeah, like was that technically a tutorial? I don't know. Well, anyway, go to interview. Here we go. What is this gonna be? Oh, wow. Oh, I love this. Big congratulations on punching that PGA Tour ticket. How does it feel? I belong on the PGA. I don't see myself as separate from elite golfers. I'm here to compete at the same level. Excited to prove I belong on the PGA Tour stage. I was saying earlier, I think the devs on this game, like in a technical aspect, they did a great job. I think visually and orally and in terms of like how they designed the gameplay, it's fantastic. But as you get further and further away from that, like obviously the microtransaction crap is all very soulless, but also like the VN writing, I think they realized that was going to be, or I think the executives felt that was going to be a slightly less critical seller of the game, and so did not put as much juice on it as they could have, because yeah, all of the VN verbiage is kind of stilted. This is at least a media interview, so I'll give you that. But yeah, I don't know. These are actually, you know what? Okay, I can picture some guy saying verbatim, "Incredible doesn't quite capture it. I'm truly thankful for this chance and excited for what's to come." Next question. I can picture that. Yeah, no, I guess these are PR agent lines. He's got some cue cards in front of him. Anyway, we're getting bold. So we're gonna Birdie Buzz. Is this a Twitter joke? Congrats on... Oh, okay. That's right. The first tournament I played was called Q School. So I guess that was the tutorial. How do you think your game has improved? Is this just... Am I just being surveyed by 2K? Let's see. My approach shots have become a strong suit. I spent time working on my iron shots, shaping them to match the course conditions, and it made a huge difference for me. It's so, like, just sterile. This one's interesting because there's no, like, personality angle to it, right? This one's just like, well, what does this do? Just like, because... Oh, wait. Wait a second. It tells us there's stat benefits down here. So when I pick these, it actually affects my play. So this is going to improve my media relations, it looks like, and then it's also going to outright improve my putting, which I have been having trouble with. So let's pick that. Urban Pulse. How difficult is it for you to accept not winning despite playing so well? Definitely disappointed. Okay, so again, these ones, none of these seem to have any real impact. You can just pick whatever you want here, which is interesting because that's just straight up a role-playing decision, I guess, right? So let's do that. Okay, so we got plus 21 out of that. So maybe we would have... Okay, so it doesn't tell you how much you're going to get because that was the same icon for this as it was for this, but we got 16 followers or respect or whatever here, and we got 21 here. So maybe there's secret... You know, you don't see everything before you make a decision. But anyway. All right, we got 53 followers. Plus 2 to my putt path. Oh, okay, it's a temporary buff. All right, we take it. The option that takes away stats is you go back to the main menu, you just click play quick game. Like, you don't have to do any of this. It's all optional. Okay. Let's go over and take a look at this sponsor offer. We're developing a new golf game. It's 2K. 2K wants to sponsor me. God, don't let me forget. I'm going to forget. I need to go upgrade my fucking putter. Oh, okay. What? Wow, what does this mean? I thought it was just a sponsor offer, but they're offering just to pay me as a technical advisor. Oh, okay. So you either get popularity boost or you get XP. I'll go for that. That's hilarious. Your expertise will be invaluable in creating a realistic and enjoyable gaming experience. The music in this game is like probably like from a sound library or something, but it's still like not half bad. It really isn't half bad. Oh, I thought that was an old message. That is a current message. Your hard work, sacrifices, and unyielding dedication have brought us to this incredible moment. Get ready for the next thrilling chapter. God, I hate that specific vibe in like corporate feel-good verbiage. The next chapter, just ugh. All right, now we got to go find. Let's go find our golf bag and upgrade our shit. How do we do that? Is it this? Probably. God, this music's good. Like, sometimes it's a little bumptious, but mostly I dig it. IA is Internet Archive, broken set. also known as Brewster Colley's Put Locker. Can I skip this? No. Wait. Wow. This little like, hey, check out this system we built. Little novel about that. Progression happens naturally. Yeah, whatever. I don't care about any of this. Just okay. We just need to. I definitely want to upgrade my driver. Oh, okay, so this is that fittings nonsense. Okay. Buff that shit. No fitting. Huh. And then, yeah, this is where the cash store shit comes in. Because you can just keep buying stuff to, yeah. And then, yeah, let's look at our putter. Okay, we can change it, but can we upgrade it? Oops, that's ball. Consumable balls. Okay. I see. Fuck it, I'll consume a ball. I don't even care. There you go. He wouldn't consume a ball. Jonathan Drive was a joke that somebody made yesterday, and I stole it. I'm not even gonna stand here and act like that wasn't. I just took that one because it's funny. Now I hate this guy's shirt. I mean, I am gonna say that. So let's just take a look. I will not spend a penny on this, no matter what. But can we at least just see again? Body type B only. Like, then why would, like, at that point, like, why call it a different piece of equipment? Just have two models for the same. Yeah, well, anyway. Oh, whoops. Oh, that was you. Oh, okay. All right, fair. How do I? Is there a store? Oh God, I just noticed this. This is it, isn't it? Oh no. Here you'll curate your look. Okay, is the first dose free to get me addicted? Because I'll take some shit for free, but no, it's not going to be. Oh Lord. I just want a shirt that's not. Oh, this sucks. You got to play like 12 rounds before they'll let you have a black shirt. So, yeah, I'm not doing this. Oh God, there's rarity levels. Get me the fuck out of here. Get out. 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 The music's good. I can't deny this. All right. Is this a sponsorship offer? Fuck it. I'm going to bring my A game. Let's go. All right. Oh, okay. Well, if I choose apparel, I'll get a different shirt. Wait, can I take all of them? Wait. Can I just take all of them? Did I do it? Is this shirt they're going to give me, is it just going to be rancid? The stingers are really funny. Oh, I've become more popular. Okay, so if we go over here and hit up, wait, oh, it'll show us all of our potential sponsors. Oh, interesting. So I have to, I would have to get to tier 7 to get a better shirt. This isn't worth it. So yeah, what else we got here? So Golf Club, Bridgestone Golf, Callaway, Cobra, Nike, Ping, Puma. Don't know who that is. TaylorMade, Titleist, and Under Armour. That's everybody you'd expect. All right. Okay, so it's interesting that it's got these arranged in terms of like. Do we have to play these in this order? No, apparently not. Well, but what is training, I wonder? Event. Like, is it literally just... Oh, yeah, okay. Alright, well, you get XP out of it, so let's check it out. Caitlin, I assume you just arrived. We are playing 2K PGA Tour 2K25, which is a golf RPG with lots of corporate sludge all over it. Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, we're bowling. We're gonna miss the fucking target zone. Womp womp. That one should at least hit the target zone. Nope. Nope. Good lord. Oh, it's because we've got really bad wind. Holy shit, do we have bad wind. Okay, well, I mean, I guess that's the point of training, right? Let's just bring it way over there. Jesus. That wind is just brutal. Oh, nope. Okay, a little further. Good lord. I'm also hitting it too hard, or I need to put backspin on it or something, because... Oh! Okay, we got that one. So, okay, let's look into this. How do we do, like, backspin? Yardage... Wait, yardage book. Oh, holy shit. Oh, that's cool. Well, that's a neat little feature. Okay, okay. I'll accept that. True shot. Oh, there we go. We hold shift. All right, so if we want to put some backspin on here, then I think that's what we want, right? And then I don't know what that one does, but let's see. Oof. I think... did the wind change? I wasn't paying attention. No, wind didn't change, but I think maybe I was a little too far to the left. Okay. Oh. Now, did I hit it that different? Maybe. Golf games always have these mechanics where you can, like, control where you strike the ball, and oh, that was a one-time thing. That's what happened. And I'm like, can people really dial it in that well, or is that entirely a video game thing? I really don't know. Because, like, yeah, the idea of, like, if you can get the ball to spin when it hits the ground, you can get it to go, a bit to the left or not go as far or whatever, but can you really, like, do that? I have no idea. Hello, Ben. Well, I'm just glad you're here. All right, let's, whatever that does, let's do it. Like, I don't know. Like, there's got to be something to it IRL, but I'm sure it's not dialed in that particular way. Well, that was pretty good. Let's bring it over there a little bit. Wait a minute. And then, yeah, why does it... I don't know what this does. Whoa. Well, that wasn't what I intended. Holy shit. That's not going to hit anything. Ah, damn. And the thing I was going to say earlier that I never got around to is that I don't know how this compares to other sports games, but, like, I think if you're playing, like, a tennis game on the personal computer, at least in the modern era, like, the fundamental difficulty of tennis is getting yourself in the right spot and hitting the ball in the right direction. And the game can certainly help with the second one, but it can't really help with the first. And so there's, like, a fundamental... like, athletic element to tennis that you can't take out of a simulation. Now, with, as far as hitting the ball where you intend to, well, obviously it can massage that. And then if you're talking about like, a football game, for instance, obviously if you throw a pass in a football game, the game is not going to, there's not a huge skill element to it, right? There just can't be, because you can't grip your mouse like a football and put the right spin on it, So, basically, I don't know how this works for other sports, how close they come, how much of it just feels completely artificial. But in golf, it feels like the whole thing. Like, I have gone out and tried to hit golf balls on the driving range, and like 75 to 80% of the time, I can't even hit the ball. Like, I miss. Like, I fail to golf entirely. And so, like, and I've watched golf. And the thing is, the sort of mistakes that you make in these games, that's what the pros at the absolute top of the game are doing all the time. Like, you're watching the biggest names in the entire business playing, at like the Masters, and they're fucking just failing to make it out of a bunker. They're in the bunker, they hit the ball, it goes up, it rolls back in. And you're like, yeah, this guy has like 15 concurrent sponsorships. He's won the whole PGA Tour like 20 times, and he still can't get the ball out of the fucking bunker. Just real basic stuff. There was I remember there was a thing some years ago where one of the big names, I want to say it was Phil Mickelson. No, was it? Well, anyway, I don't remember. It was one of the big names at the time. Phil Mickelson or Rory McIlroy are the names that come to mind. Had an incident during a game where, so this is a thing in golf that, if you don't know, the rules of golf are like very complex, but also very simple. It really comes down to hit the ball. And most of the rules are around don't do things other than hitting the ball. If you do something else, you probably broke the rules, and you get penalized for it. And one of the very basic rules is you can't modify the course in any way. The course conditions are absolutely sacrosanct. Anything short of, walking over the grass in the places you're supposed to, anything other than that is modifying the course to improve your lie. And so if you hit your ball and it lands in front of a bunch of like tall plants, you're just fucked. You're going to have to hit the plants to hit the ball. There's no way around it. I think there's the option of asking for a drop to like just move the ball, but you get penalized a stroke, so it's never worth it. And some years ago, one of these big name players was playing a game, and I think it was actually the Masters, so like the biggest tournament, and he was setting up for a shot, and he took a step forward to like get a better view, and he saw some tall plants in the path of his ball, and he just stomped him down, went back behind the ball, and took a shot. And then like 10 minutes later, he like walks up to his caddy and goes, "Hey man, can you go get an official? I think I cheated." And the official comes out, like they do a review. They weren't going to. Nobody had noticed it. Nobody, it just looked so casual. But he did this in front of 100 TV cameras. And so they had 1,000 angles on it. And he went to the, because this is a thing in golf. If you don't self-report cheating, I think you just get like DQ'd. But if you do like report that you broke the rules, you get penalized a stroke or two, and that's it. And so that's what he did. And he was just like, yeah, I have no idea why I did that. I have no explanation for that. I've been playing golf, 20 years or whatever the fuck. I have no idea why I did that. So I take the penalty, right? But just like, that's such an amateur thing to do. That's such a like dad playing golf, snickering, going like, "Oh, you didn't see that." And that's the thing, right? It's like, yeah, maybe it's practice muscle memory, because there was the whole incident with oh Lord, hang on. Yeah, Sammy Sousa, 20 odd years ago, I think it was Sammy Sousa, I want to say, who was using a corked bat in a baseball game, and the bat, exploded, and he swore up and down that he had no idea that he had a corked bat. And there was a lot of, like, they ended up, I think, punishing him for it, but ultimately, I think everybody kind of agreed that, like, no, there's no way he knew, because you could hear the bat splinter, and he kept playing with it, like, visibly splintered. He could have just gone and swapped out the bat. There was no reason to keep it. Like, that's free. Like, you could just do that. No one's going to question it. No one's going to check it. There was absolutely no reason. If he thought, oh shit, I'm about to be discovered, it was just free real estate to not get discovered. He had every opportunity. And everybody playing and everybody watching heard and saw the crack. He could see that his bat was broken. So there's no question, right? But of course, there was a bit of a smell to the story, though, which was, oh yeah, we used these corked bats in practice, and somehow it made its way into the bat rack. And then so, like, you hear that, and you're like, okay, that's bullshit. You're just making that up. But then you look at the way he behaved, and you're like, okay, but who would do that? Who would be that dumb? It doesn't make any sense. Even if you were going to cheat that way, you could easily just not get caught, right? It's just, it was a bizarre situation, but it does lend some credence to the idea that, yeah, maybe. So you practice with a corked bat because, and I should be clear here that from what I have read, there is no evidence that corking a bat actually changes its characteristics. It's all just, I think that it's all just superstition. But you're still modifying the bat, and you can't do that. There's a number of ways you can cheat in MLB that don't actually improve your likelihood of winning. They're just illegal because you're trying to cheat, right? And I think that corking a bat doesn't actually do anything, but I could be misremembering. In any case, the reason that they do it, supposedly, is because it increases the sweet spot. And when you're just hitting balls over and over and over and over, because you have to remember that it's like I said earlier, like the basic act of hitting a ball in golf and in baseball is just really fucking hard. Like, it takes you a long time before you can do it at all. And so, like, when you're watching pro players play in either of these games, every time they hit the ball, that's an accomplishment in itself, right? It's easier when it's on a tee, but anyway, it's just really hard. The whole, like, motion is difficult. And in baseball, it's even harder because, the ball is moving so fucking fast. So you're trying to hit it with this, this bat that's, 2.5, 3 inches wide, whatever. So depending on where you make contact with the ball, you'll get a wildly different trajectory. The ball could go really far, or it could just dribble, or it could foul off. And all of that fucks up your practice because you're trying to hit the ball over and over and over and over and over. You don't want to be missing it or getting these shitty fouls 75% of the time. So theoretically, you're using the corked bat just to make practice meatier. So you spend more of your time doing the thing you came here to do rather than the basic, fundamentally difficult task of hitting the ball that you already know is hard and you're not going to get that much better at it, right? That's not the thing you're practicing. So you're trying to eliminate that variable. So that's the theory, and there's something to it. And basically, I can believe every step of that process. Whether it definitely happened or it was some sort of bizarre prank or something, that's still a little fishy, but I don't think anybody believes the guy did it on purpose, knowingly, right? I don't think that Sousa had any idea this was going on. In any case, the point is that, like, yeah, I can imagine that maybe this golfer, whenever he practiced, he would just, he's trying to practice hitting the ball and getting it to go where he wants. He's not trying to practice dealing with course hazards because that's an externality. Now, he didn't say that that this is why he did it. I think he said that he had no idea why he'd done it. That it was just absent-minded. And maybe that's true too. Maybe it was just a normal human reaction, Yeah, sorry. A corked bat is pretty literal. You drill out the center, you fill it with cork. The point is that, like, the problems that actual, like, pro golfers are dealing with, you could look up any one of these guys. Just go to YouTube and just punch in, like, Phil Mickelson weird shots, and you can watch them just do these bizarre Happy Gilmore bank shots trying to get out of bizarre lies. Because they picked bold in the character creator, right? There's a lot of golfers that, like, a lot of what they're modeling in the RPG here is like fairly true to life, because there are a lot of golfers who are pretty low key, and then you've got a few standouts. Like Tiger Woods is kind of right down the middle. Like, for being as famous as he is, he's not that much of a character. But there's a number of like famous golfers that are just like sort of ridiculous, dudes. And so these guys will just like get themselves into a lie that like anybody else would just like do a layup, just like hit the ball wherever they could get it in order to get themselves back on some sort of normal ground. But then, you know, these dudes will just like, they'll go like, well, fuck it, I'm 13 under. I could probably still win this thing if I don't take a stroke penalty here. Let's see what happens. And then they'll get like, yeah, I'm going to take my driver and go use it to like hook this ball out from under a bush. Like, I've seen this work. And you just look at it, you're like, that's dad shit. That's like Bush League amateur shit. But it really happens, right? Because when it comes down to it, these games are played on like a relatively natural surface, right? Obviously it's been architected, but it is still, it's grass, it's trees, it's rocks, right? Like, you're not playing in an arena. It's not a big concrete fucking it's not a big concrete swimming pool, right? It's not a bunch of like, it's not like a mini golf course where every place you can get the ball is like a precisely determined part of the course. Like, a lot of the inbound stuff on actual golf courses, the architects were like, yeah, if you get a ball here, we don't know how you're going to get out of it. We didn't design it for you to be able to get out of it, you know? So there's that. And then but then going back to what I said earlier, there's just the fact that like, you're standing in a sand pit, you know, 5 feet below the surface of the green, and you know, your ball is like sitting on like the slope on the side of the bunker at this weird 30-degree, you know, angle, and you can't get footing to like get yourself on the same level of it. And even if you do, you're like swinging upwards to try and scoop this thing out. And so you see wild shit like these pro golfers that have won tournaments for years, like hitting a ball and it like goes up and behind them and lands on the other side of the bunker. And you're just like, really? That never gets better? It's like, no, apparently not. And so it's that a lot of that is, you know, modeled in golf games, right? Like, you can absolutely, yeah, if you get into a bunker, you can absolutely just fuck up getting out of said bunker and make a total fool of yourself and go 5 strokes under. And like on that last round where I just ended up with like a quadruple or a, you know, quad plus bogey, and just, that's what lost the match for me, right? I would have won that round if I had not gone like 6 or 7 strokes over on that hole, because everything else I did okay with. Even in the higher difficulty, I just completely fucked that one up. This happens to pro golfers all the time. Like, these guys are like doing great, and they're on like the third to last hole of a round, and they just fucking 8 strokes on a par 3, and that's it. You know, 2 days later, the match, you know, the tournament's still going on, but they're somewhere down the ass end of the leaderboard, and they're like getting interviewed by the press already and going like, so how do you feel about losing? And they're like, well, I'm still going to finish the game, but it really is a bummer. And you're like, there's a whole day of this left, and they already know they're not going to make up a 5-point lead, right? But, you know, they're lame ducks, but they still got to play the rest of the match. You never know what will happen. You know, crazy shit happens. You got, you know, the 3 people ahead of you all take quad bogeys and you end up in the lead again. Like, just wild stuff happens. But no matter how good you get at this game, you can still just have devastating setbacks, and it's just because you're hitting a fucking ball in a sandbox, you know? So I think it's something that's like, that part is modeled really well in golf video games, but that stuff is modeled really well in golf video games. But the fundamental difficulty of hitting the ball, I think, is just so vastly greater than it is IRL that that part just comes off as like, even if you set it on difficult, I think you're still not getting even a tiny taste of how difficult this actually is. And like, I don't know either, right? Like I said, I've just gone and fucked around at like Top Golf. But it seems incredibly difficult.
PGA champion Rich Beam, Luke Elvey with us as well, and we've got Henny Koyak and John McCarthy down on the course.
God, yeah, that's a good example.
For our featured
Pool
play,
games,
this is
like
their first taste of the PGA
Sorry,
Tour. Think back to your first
this
time
play
on
out.
tour. What were you thinking on the first tee?
I was trying not to think about anything because every fiber in my body was racing 1,000 miles per hour. It was
This commentary is
overwhelming.
so authentic.
It was exciting. It
Wow.
was nerves. It was, I think, every emotion that you can possibly have going through your body at one moment in time was there. But at the end of the day, you're here. You're playing on the PGA Tour. There's nothing better.
God, that's such a long...
Number 7 to find out what's happening there.
So for what it's worth, and I am fully aware of the civic arguments against golf as a game, but I do they're already there. It's already out there, and so I'm just gonna tell you what I did learn, which is pretty much every city maintains public golf courses, and you can go play a game for like $10. Like you do have to pay to use the facilities, but you could just like go get clubs at a thrift store, or sometimes like at the clubhouse attached to the golf course, they'll just have some big barrels with clubs in them, and you can just grab some and go out and play. So like if you wanted to try it, you could try it. There's a lot of people who say like, oh, they're using up too much water, and I'm like, you know what, that might be true. Maybe we should do something about that. But I don't think that playing the game makes you a bad person. If you want to go tell your city council to close these courses, that's fine. But since they're there, yeah, it doesn't cost a whole lot to go try it. Yeah, like if you go to any metro area Goodwill, you're gonna find like 1 million golf clubs for nothing. So like even if you want to own your own, like you could just go in and find them for. I guess people are getting out of the game very frequently. But yeah, like they're not even like rentals. They're just like there. You could just borrow them. I know Seattle has a whole bunch of these municipal courses. I don't know what the culture is like, you know. I don't know. Maybe it sucks. Maybe people be dicks to you there. I have no idea, but I know they're not like they're not all private clubs. So
5 strokes off the lead. This is a long way away. Henny, your green side. What do you see in this putt?
Right to lefter, up the hill. Can be positive with this one.
The way she said that, right to lefter, up the hill.
Good putt
That made me uncomfortable. Not
3
quite
feet
in.
remain. That putt goes in. Time to make a move. After that hole, he's still at even.
Over here on the par 3 8th tee, Rich, it is the longer of the 2 par 3s on the front 9.
I'm not too sure if this is fact, Luke, but in my mind's eye, this is the hardest, as in firmest green on the golf course. It seems to repel golf balls in all directions. You find the heart of this green, job well done, and hopefully 2 putts later, you're walking off with par.
What are we looking at for this putt, Henny?
Yeah, 15 feet out. He's been staring this one down.
What's that say? The old adage in golf, never up, never in.
Putting now for a bogey.
Well, that hole's behind us. More to play. And he'll drop down to 1 over for the event.
Unfortunately, backing up slowly but surely on that leaderboard, Luke.
Now to the finishing hole of the opening 9. It's a par 4.
This is a really good driving hole. Only the longest in the game are going to carry the bunkers down the left-hand side.
Okay, you know what I'm realizing all of a sudden is the commentary is much longer on these courses because I think this is the actual game. So I think they maybe just borrowed the commentary from the real course. Because like I'm suddenly realizing, God, these commentators are talking a lot.
That's
right
a
to me.
textbook swing on the approach shot.
Nearly doesn't get any better than that. Amazing shot.
A chance to move inside the top 10. Henny, what do you see in this putt?
You know, to my eye, it's looking a little left to right.
This one's looking good.
And now back to even par for the tournament.
Cyril, are you referring to the when you hit the ball, you see the dirt go flying? Because that's called a divot, I think.
The driver not necessary. See a lot of players taking long iron, maybe even a fairway metal. Second shot goes to a green that runs from front right to back left. Back left is the most difficult of all the pin positions on this par 4.
Okay, so let me tell you about divot repair.
110 yards away. 5 shots off the lead.
So, yeah, a problem with golf is that when you use the broken set, I do not know what those little decorations are called. I've actually been curious about that for a long time. I think they might be like a, I think they might be real. No, I don't know. I don't know what they're called. Yeah, so when you hit a golf ball that's not on a tee, and sometimes when it is on the tee, you do tend to rip up a bit of dirt. And also, when the ball lands, if it lands with enough force, it'll put a big dent in the ground. You're expected as a player to repair these, because otherwise the course will just get destroyed. And again, I believe this goes all the way up to the pro level. Like every player of the game is expected to repair their divots. And so consequently, they have a tool for this that everybody is supposed to carry, and it's this guy right here. And the purpose of it is to it's not quite as obvious here. This is for the impact divot. I think this one is used for like sort of pushing the subsided dirt back up into place. But also, you're supposed to sort of like knit. I think you're supposed to sort of like knit the roots back together a little bit. Anyway, the reason I bring this up is because naturally, this being a thing, a gadget, there's a whole galaxy of, EDC divot repair tools you can buy. They've got all sorts of tiers with, fancy decorations, etc. I'm looking for, where was the one I just saw? Here we go. Yeah, this is the shit. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, grass keycap puller. Yeah, precisely. And yeah, these do like 3 or 4 different things at once, supposedly. I'm trying to figure, actually, what are all the... This is called the Callaway 4-in-1 divot tool. Let's see, what all does it do? This is a divot repair tool, a club cleaner. Sorry, okay, now I get... This is a little confusing because what you don't see is the circle that says Callaway is a magnetic marker. And so this is something else that I was not aware of. If you've ever wondered, a weird thing about golf is you've got... In the case of a tournament, you've got like 40 people playing on the same course at the same time. And so you think like, well, wait a minute. What if you knock your ball right next to somebody else's and you can't hit their ball, or you can't hit your ball without hitting their ball? And the answer to that is there is actually a whole etiquette system for this where you're supposed to like go up and take your ball off the grass, which, even if you just played like mini golf, you know that you're never supposed to move your ball. Well, it's just a practical necessity. So if you need to move your ball for a number of reasons, one is if somebody else needs to play through, and the other is if you need to clean it, if it's got like dirt stuck to it and isn't going to fly right, you can pick it up, but you have to mark the location. So again, there's this whole galaxy of markers you can buy. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, excellent. So this thing it's a divot repair tool. You can pop the coin out and use it for a ball marker. Also, it's got a little brush for cleaning out the grooves on your wedges. And this is the extra part. This is the one I like. This looks like bullshit to me. It's got a little tooth thing for really getting into the grooves there. So, yeah, it's definitely like, given that this is a sport where people spend $15,000 on a single club that looks like a fucking spaceship, you know, it makes sense that the whole thing would be little gewgaws you can buy, but you know, and that thing's not expensive. That was like $15. I don't think anybody's buying like a $250 EDC fucking divot repair tool that's also got, you know, a fucking flip knife built into it. I don't think that's happening. But it is just funny that, you know, it's a little bit of like, you know, crisis bullshit. You know, the got kind of the gamer design aesthetic to it. Anyway, let's hit this ball.
He is looking left.
One could just piss on it to rinse off the dirt. And the thing is, that's free and it lets you assert yourself.
A chance here to move into the top 5. Henny, how tough will this putt be?
This one looks like it will start straight and then move to the right.
It's okay. It happens to a lot of men. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, so
About 7 feet remain.
So the simulator is not perfectly accurate, I don't think, though I suppose that could be my fault.
Well, after an approach shot like that, Rich, that feels like a wasted opportunity. As we go to the next hole, our leader has a 2-shot advantage. Now to the 11th, a par 3.
The good thing about this hole is it's long in length, but it's got a massive green that doesn't have a lot of movement. What it does have is from left to right and a little bit from back to front. A generous green on a long par 3.
Back and to
Great
the front.
design.
Nope. That's not going to do it.
This one is headed toward the sand. Let's see what happens out of this greenside bunker.
Yep, out and back in. Yep.
Let's see what happens out of this bunker.
Oh, I was waiting for the repeat sound, repeat sample. There it was. Holy shit! I'm surprised it happened so soon.
A long putt remains.
A long putt remains. Poetry. It would be very funny if the commentator referred to the bunker as the cat box.
It's looking really good. And it goes in.
So, like, you know, my assumption is that when you hit the ball, that it instantly calculates where it's going to go, right? So that the commentators can pick the right sample to like lead into, you know? Jonathan Drive. I don't think I'm going to be going to the top of this leaderboard, but we'll see. Okay, I'm in like what, position number 3, I think it said? I wasn't paying attention.
He'll really be pleased with portions of that round. Currently 4th place on the leaderboard.
He'll really be pleased with portions of that round.
It's been a great day. We thank you for joining us. For Rich
That
Bean,
cadence
Luke
was
Yelby,
something.
and our entire 2K Sports crew, I'm Andrew Catalan. We'll see you soon.
Wait, does my rival here not have a portrait? I just noticed this. Damn. Yeah, they can be a little brutal with the commentary. I cannot believe that other golf game just named a guy Greg Putt. I could set that up in this, but I'm not John Boyce, so I'm not doing a bit like that.
2K Sports and the PGA Tour are thrilled to bring you the dramatic season-long race for the FedEx Cup. Time now for round 2 of the Ace Championship. Hi everyone, I'm Andrew Catalan. Welcome back. As we join you today, our featured player is currently in 4th place
our feature player, we don't need to name him. You'll figure it out. I'm sure you already know who he is. We said it lots of times, remember?
Let's catch up with the play down at number 6.
Yeah, so like as far as the sponsorships and whatnot, so let me opine on golf because I feel I should this is a good opportunity to sort of counter some things I said earlier, because I don't want you to get the wrong impression. The people who are in charge of golf, the people who, like, the awful white men who run these tournaments and these courses are truly reprehensible. There's just go look up the Masters. Just go read about the Masters. It is a game for white men. It has an extremely vivid history of racism and exclusion.
Ever so gently, right to left here.
And particularly in the case of the Masters, there's like stories of them basically eminent domaining people out of their homes in order to expand their course. Another horrible shit like that. So, like, don't get me wrong there for a second. And
way too much on that one.
God damn it.
8 feet remaining.
Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, the Masters in particular is fucked up, right? So, basically, the purpose of this game in certainly American culture, but I assume most cultures where it is played, the purpose of this game is, it is a status symbol. It is an elitist thing. I was shocked to find out, basically, that there are a lot of people who aren't rich who play golf. That doesn't change the fact that it is a game that is, like, 95% of it exists in order to please the rich, right?
Right here, they can take those bunkers down the left out of play, and they can carry these fairway
wait for this commentary.
Easily. And from here, it actually chases forward from the fairway downhill a little bit.
Did you hear him choke on the line a little bit there?
Narrow green. Again, for the big hitters, this is easily reachable. For the shorter hitters, you got to have a plan.
So let me tell you a little bit about how stuck up the Masters is in particular. It's basically considered the big name tournament, as the name implies, and anything you've heard about how like golf courses, like country clubs, are these like ultra insular, exclusive, and very racist organizations. All true. Long history of that. The Masters, I think, was explicitly, I want to say they were explicitly racist in their contracts until very, very late. And still pretty shitty about it. But in addition to that, even if you are, in their club, which is invite only, right? Even if they do, welcome you into their club, if you succeed in winning their tournament, they bestow upon you the green jacket. This is a ritual they have. They have a clubhouse at the Masters golf course, and they have a room. And in the room, there are these cupboards. And the cupboards are full of green jackets. And each one has been issued to a different tournament winner, going back decades and decades, okay? And like any other gentleman's, gentleman's club is not the term I was looking for here. Like any other private club, the purpose of this sort of thing is for all these rich elite assholes to get together and say just the worst things you can imagine while wearing and, displaying their symbols of excess and superiority, right? That's very much what this is for. But here's the fucked thing. The jackets are at the clubhouse, not the homes of the people who won them. Because when you win a jacket, they don't give it to you. It's their jacket. It's got your name on it. But if I remember correctly, the way it works is you win the jacket, they send you home with it, and then you get to have it for a year, and then you have to return it. And because they want to have this fucking bizarre rogues gallery, and it's just fucking strange, right? It's one thing with like the Stanley Cup, right? That makes sense because there's one of them, okay? Obviously you can't keep it because there's only one. But in this case, they mass-produce these. They've got thousands of them waiting in the wings, probably hundreds, but you get my meaning. It's just a piece of clothing. It's not particularly special. They're just not willing to cede it to you. They want to retain the glory. The like 6 men who own the Masters, they want to own the glory, not you, the person who did the thing. All right? That to me says so much about who we're talking about here. Okay? So, having said all that, these men are willing to let Waste Management and FedEx shit their logos all over their facility. Now, I understand that none of this matters as much as money, right? I get that, and that these are the companies that have the money and are willing to give it. So, of course, they're going to take it. That always wins, right? Except, man, with how stuck up golf is, with how shitty the people in charge are, you really would think that at this tier, where they don't have to answer to anyone, right? The guys running the Masters can make their own rules. They're already independently wealthy. They already have a permanent social standing that will never diminish. And yet, they're willing to debase themselves because you know that they're no different than anybody else. They don't like the idea of having a shitty fucking shiny corporate slogan, you know, or brand. They don't want to be CenturyLink fucking Park, you know. They want to be their thing. They've gone to great lengths to establish an identity that cannot be, you know, it's all about not being controlled by anybody else. They live for power, and then they'll just turn around and let their own assholes get branded with FedEx fucking, you know, the FedEx Open, right? That is weird. That is weird. Yeah, Cyril, if you weren't here earlier, one of the biggest, most well-known golf tournaments is called the Waste Management Tour. Let's get the picture again. Bonk. Yeah. It's literally just, it's the garbage company. And like, you just, you know, you'd think that these people would be like, no, we're not doing that. We don't want anything to do with that. That's gauche. That's, I think golf is a pretty big industry as far as the, I mean, it's broadcast. They've got shitloads of sponsors, you know. I don't know how much money is tied up in it, but no, I'm pretty sure it's a big industry. And these sponsors are dealing in quite a lot of money. So, you know, Andy, I will give you that. But there's a difference between, you know, playing the stock market, you know, just having your, I don't want to hear about it. Just put my money wherever it needs to go to make me richer. That's one thing. It's another thing to have your special little hideout that you built, you know, and your special little game that's for you, you know, to have these deeply embarrassing corporate trademarks plastered all over them. Just, it's just one of those things where I'm like, if I was in their position, I can't imagine being that passive about it, right? And I would never be in their position, right? That's just, I'm not built the way that these people are to be obsessed with, you know, control and power and, you know, money as a avenue to those things.
Tell me about the lie.
But it feels like if I was, like, why would I want to have anything to do with this just gauche shit, you know?
Off the pace.
I will never understand the rich.
Here's a par putt. Okay, Henny, give us a read here.
You can be positive with this because it's up the hill and moving left to right.
I love the way the guy said, here's a par putt. He was just so, like, in it to win it.
This putt from 6 feet away. That putt goes in. It's now back-to-back bogeys.
2 bogeys in a row, never a good sign. Now playing a little defensively.
And like the thing is, well, it's like what I was saying earlier.
This one headed left in a hurry.
Oof.
All right, that one's wet. Time to get another ball out.
Let's just, oops, shit. There we go. Let's just start
Look
it from
how
here.
high that grass is.
Bogeyed it yesterday, looking like bogey again today.
You can change the 2K branding on the shirts if you buy other shirts in the store. From 2K. Anyway. Let's see. We're pitching, not putting. Let's go for a bit less because I think that rough is going to just eat it up. Oh.
That one will not settle on the green.
Not easy to find the green coming out of the rough.
Shit. I think my caddy's giving me bad advice. Let's just run it out here. Okay, at least that gets me back in.
Setting up here with a long putt. Henny, what do you see in this putt?
It's just the slightest bit of break, and it's moving right to left.
Koi Fishy, I don't necessarily have an advice for you because I haven't really collected as many J2ME phones as I would like. I have not encountered one that really has terrific controls. So what I can say is look at the Sony Ericsson, like the mid-2000s Sony Ericsson options, like 2006, 2007. That's where my best model is from. I don't have one to suggest, but that's probably where you want to be looking.
Hole number 9 is a par 4.
This is a really cool tee shot here. Take it out to the right-hand side. You leave yourself with a longer second shot, but it's a better angle. But you take it down the left-hand side, maybe carry those bunkers. Now you've got a shortish club. In front of this green, though, everything will run onto the green. So a pin up front, you don't necessarily want to land it on the green as much as you do want to leave it just short of it.
That's going to go too far.
This one doesn't look like it's hit with full intent.
Nope.
Never easy playing out of those fairway bunkers. That's on the green, but still a fairway from the hole. And he needs this to save par.
What are we looking at for this putt, Henny?
Setting up this putt 24 feet from the cup.
In the last decade, I've seen a lot of nerds sort of, accept that they like one sport or the other. And in almost every case, it comes with some amount of
that's a shame.
Moral complexity as you go like, wow, like, man, I think football is cool. It's too bad that the entire engine that creates it is a meat grinder that like chews up teenagers and spits out athletes who get a 5-year career. And then if they're lucky, they, blah, 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 right? And, yeah, world fucking sucks.
Here at the 10th.
And yet a lot of people, figure out how to square themselves with it because, I mean, at some point you just sort of get defeated and go like, well, there's not much I can fucking do about it. But man, I got to say, like, the primary moral issue with golf, the fact that it chews up a bunch of land, would not be a problem if it wasn't also being chewed up by fucking private country clubs. And if our resources weren't being so horribly mismanaged. Because, I don't know, like, of the sports, at least it's one that everybody can kind of participate in without a whole lot of investment or being particularly athletic, I think. Unfortunately, I don't think that future is practical in my lifetime. And so it just continues being a thing that people need to hate because mostly what it represents is a lot of wasted resources. And I don't necessarily think it needs to be like that, but practically speaking, it is. And so, far be it for me to be a golf apologist. I haven't even played the fucking game.
This putt's for double.
But I don't know. I think there's room in the world for it. if only it weren't also a big elitist,
Move to the next hole. Our leader is ahead.
exclusionary elitist club for assholes.
We have a par 3 on this one.
Par 3 measures 231 yards from the back. A very difficult test indeed. A long green that is unforgiving as it slopes from back to front quite severely. Birdies are hard to run by, as pars can be as well.
Okay, green side, a chance to get up and down.
I do think one of the most interesting things about golf, as it is, practically played, is that it is being played on a course with a whole bunch of spectators who are just like right there, and there's nothing stopping the ball from going into the audience, and it happens very frequently. And it
needs this to drop to save par.
Sorry, my ass hurts. I need to shift my position.
What do you see in this putt?
There we go.
The perfect leave. Uphill, right to left.
Wow, if it actually took that track, that in itself wouldn't be a bad layup, but...
Wow. Here's a bogey putt.
Short putt, but there's definite movement left to right.
The word putt is so funny.
Okay, on to the next.
The etiquette is jump out of the way. If you catch the ball, you're going to get ejected.
That, he is moving down.
I'm trying to remember how this works. Oh, and I was going to comment actually earlier. Somebody pointed out that darts was a game that's just like intrinsically very difficult IRL, and I was going to say that darts is also an example of a game where the computer version of it is like you really are doing the hardest part of it, which is figuring out the right, the angle, figuring out the right release angle and speed and whatnot. When you throw a dart virtually, it's the same motion basically as throwing it IRL. Now, no, it's not nearly as hard, but you're still basically being tested against the same thing as you would in real life, just with a much cruder tool for achieving it, right? It's like on the one, so on the one end of the realism spectrum, you've got darts and golf video games. In the middle, you've got well, at the far end, you've got like football, right? Where okay, the primary things that matter in football, other than strategy, reading your opponents and whatnot, are sheer athleticism, running, and throwing accurately. And those are not things you can really replicate on a computer at all, right? Anyway, but yeah, so regarding the ball landing in the crowd, I think that because all eyes are on it, I don't think people get beamed that often. I've not heard of it happening. And I think the reason for that is just because everybody is staring at it and is like, I don't think the speed compares. That's really what it is. You can get beamed by a baseball because if somebody hits it into the crowd, like it's moving at like 120 miles an hour. But a golf ball is typically taking a vertical trajectory. And so the highest speed it's going to be coming down at is going to be terminal velocity, which I think for a golf ball ain't that high. And so not that it wouldn't still hurt you bad if you got hit by it, I think, but it's just a lot easier to track that. And, someone is going to yell, hey, get out of the way. And also because the thing is so small, you'd have to be standing very precisely in one spot to get hit by it, right? The density of baseball crowds is high enough that if you're in the audience at a baseball game and there is a ball coming towards you, you cannot get up and run. That's not really practical because you're packed in like sardines, and you're on at least at the baseball field here. I've been to a couple games, and it's so steep that if you stood up and tried to run, there's a good chance you're going to fall over on somebody and get hurt or hurt them. And whereas here you're just standing, right? You're just there, and if the ball is vaguely coming in your direction, everybody can get up and move. So I think this doesn't happen very often, but there are occasionally cases where it comes down and the camera feed cuts, the commentator goes, all right, now we're going to cut to hole number 3 where we've got something interesting going on, and it just cuts to a close-up shot of the ball touching a spectator's foot, because it landed, rolled, stopped, and then they looked down and they were like, oh shit, what do I do? And, the official comes over and says, it's okay, you are technically part of the course. If I remember correctly, the rules say that if you hit a spectator or an official or another player, I want to say that all counts as basically a natural obstacle. So wherever the ball stops, that's where it stops. As long as, and I think from the rules perspective, from the player's perspective, if the spectator decides to just soccer ball it, just wang the thing, I don't know what happens in that situation. If you were that big of a dick and just fuck it and just kicked it, are they going to check the replay and put the ball back where it came to rest initially, or are they going to let it play from where it lies? I don't know. I don't know if it's ever happened. It's probably something where they would make a case-by-case decision. You're certainly going to get your ass thrown out, and so you should do it if you're ever in that situation, because it'd be funny as fuck. But in any case, I don't think there's much chance of maybe anybody getting hurt, but it does disrupt the game. It does change the outcome of plays, as it were, and I think that's interesting. Putting a ringer in the crowd, yeah. If you're having a really, it's like, shit, there's no way I'm going to be able to hit the screen. Okay, I'm just going to smack it into the crowd, and then my buddy Jeff is just going to pick it up and throw it. He's a real good throw. Would kicking it be worse than tossing it in the water? So potentially, because if it goes in the water, there's specific rules for where you're able to put it to recover from that.
It was an average day at best out there. Certainly, work improvement can be done before the next round.
It was an average day at best.
Today, for Rich Beam, Luke Elvey, and our entire 2K Sports crew, I'm Andrew Catalan. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, so if you throw the ball in the water, there's specific rules for where it can be replaced. And I don't know if those would kick in or not, or if they would just go, okay, it was fan interference, we're going to reset. But if you kick it and it rolls to another location, and that location is super advantageous to the player, then I think in most cases, as long as there's no suggestion of collusion, that probably it's going to stand. Probably that's going to be considered the lie, even if the spectator gets thrown out. They're probably going to go to the. I think I've heard of cases sort of like this where they've gone to a player and said, "Hey, this weird thing happened. What do you want to do? We'll give you either option." Right? The officials seem to have a lot of power to make that sort of judgment on the during a game. And craft solutions to that sort of thing, which sort of puts it at the opposite end of the spectrum from Major League Baseball, where they are so married to their decision-making rubric that no matter how stupid the situation is, they'll always go with quote-unquote the rules. And so you end up with these dumb situations where it's and don't quote me on this because I might be misremembering, but I just watched a lot of John Boy videos. Not John Boys, John Boy. God, what a fuck up. That guy really should have picked a different name for his channel. In baseball, there's just so many situations apparently where they'll be this player was safe, and then one play later somebody says, "Hey, I just checked on my iPad," and they really, really weren't, and they're like, "Yeah, well, we can't go back and review that far back. You should have called it at the time." It's okay, but you were wrong. You were factually wrong. That doesn't bother you? And as far as I can tell, no. Apparently no MLB umpire gives a fuck if they're correct. That just doesn't matter. And I know that I'm not that much of a sports person, okay? So maybe I'm off base here, but I know that in every single sport, part of the sport is shitting on the refs. In every single sport. In every single sport, it's, the refs are dumbasses, the refs are cheating, the refs are throwing the game. Is that's a meme in everything, right? But I just have not heard about it in anything other than in anything as much as in baseball, where it seems like they have some umpires in baseball that are just like deliberately wrong, it seems like, and I realize that, like, yes, it is the business of people making content on YouTube to highlight the cases that look the worst. But at the same time, like, I've watched baseball on the television and gone, why the hell would you make that call where it was just blindingly obvious? And it's not even a perspective thing, right? You watch a lot of the breakdowns of, umpire fuck-ups, and it's like, okay, look, you're watching this from, 10,000 feet, a week later on a video that's composed of 15 different camera angles. This guy was standing right there. A ball came towards him at 120 miles an hour, and he had to make a decision of whether it was in or not in this invisible box that he can't see. To some extent, there is an organic nature to the game not being perfect, right? That much I could accept. I don't have a problem with somebody going like, hey, you know what? Some of the fun of the game is the umpire going, you know what? I don't care if it was in the box. I'm saying it wasn't. If those were the terms, if it were agreed upon that, you know what, the umpires are just going to sometimes going to throw out a perfectly good play because fuck you, because it's funny, right? That would be great. And functionally, that's what they do. But because they claim to be functioning as checkers of fact, as finders of fact, because they they'll argue themselves hoarse and throw out players and throw out managers and everything to claim that no, it was definitely where I said it was, even when there's proof that it wasn't. Like, not just players going, no, give me that play, and you don't know whether they're, you don't know whether they actually saw something or not, right? You can't trust anybody on the field. But there's just cases where it was incredibly fucking obvious, or at least it was borderline, and they could be swayed, and they're just insisting that they're 100% positive about where the ball was. Like, buddy, you don't know. Nobody's that good. Baseball, to me, from what I have seen, it feels like baseball really has that, not monopolized, but they have it optimized. It feels like that's where, if you want to be a real asshole of a referee, you become an umpire, man. Angel Hernandez, right? Like famously bad. And there's been other famously bad umpires, right? And like, I can't name a famously bad ref from any other sport, And how'd I get on this? What the fuck was I talking about that I got on this? Fuck. Oh my god. Oh right, yeah, I was talking about fan interference. Yeah, like I said earlier, like the rules of golf are overwhelmingly come down to just four very simple rules. It's basically you try to hit the ball into the hole in as few strokes as possible. You can't change the course. You can't alter your lie. And the final thing is just once you begin a stroke, you can't cancel it. Like, there's a point at which a stroke begins, at which if you bail out of it, you get penalized, right? Just the same as in baseball, where you decide whether something's a strike or a checked swing, right? They have checked swings in golf too. So that's like pretty much it. And then everything else, it comes down to no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this loophole, you can't do that loophole, it's all just scar tissue from decades and decades and decades of people, creating interesting situations for refs to figure out.
It's time to prepare for the dramatic season-long race for the FedEx Cup, brought to you by 2K Sports and the PGA Tour. Our coverage of the Ace Championship continues as we get into our third round action. Andrew Catalan here, pleased to have you back with us. The leader is 6 under. It's time to get it going on 2K Sports.
I was looking to see, at some point I had discussed a really interesting golf sports ruling several years ago, and I cannot find it. Ah, crap.
let's get out to number 5.
Sometimes just when they open a hole, they'll just like they'll put too much mustard on the like. God, what did he say earlier? It's like, that's a big putt or whatever it was. Clive is just like.
This one will be from the first cut.
Yes,
that's what I'm talking about. You hear how intense he was just there?
A little bit more difficult today.
Clive is canonically just crisscrossed with little super glue trails.
Rough on that one.
Wow, that one was just a little bit off.
When you come out of the rough, your distance control gets off.
Oh man, imagine though, right?
Close. This has to drop to save par. Down to Henny.
This one's 13 feet from the cup.
Nope. Oh, okay.
Goes to the bottom of the cup.
All right, we take that.
He is moving up the leaderboard as we move on to the next hole. Now we head over to the par 4 6th hole.
Yeah, bunkers on the right-hand side come into play.
Gonna
with the
slice
three-wood
that.
water.
I can never remember which one's a hook and which one's a slice.
Second shot to a green that sits below you just a little bit. And that front left pin, ooh, that is a good one.
I mean, at least it just follows the trajectory of your mouse, right? You go left, it goes left.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, it follows the trajectory of your mouse.
Coming out of the deep rough.
Shit. Oh, that's going to be too much juice, isn't it?
Yeah. This
Oh, that's going to be a 85-yard putt. Ugh. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Mission number 1.
Eek Pie, you weren't here for our golfing yesterday.
Giving it a good look. I see this one going left at the hole.
Yesterday, I was playing a golf game for the Amiga, or not yesterday, but a few days ago, I was playing a golf game for the Amiga, and it put me up against a AI character named Greg Putt.
This is
And
a 6-footer.
Somebody in chat, I think it was Zen, said TFW when Greg Putt's face when Jonathan Driver walks on the green.
Leaderboard, and it's a 2-shot advantage for our leader.
Yeah, YouTube does not notify people. I've accepted this for a long time.
For those that find the fairway, missing that fairway bunker in the middle layup zone-wise, not a problem. If you hit in the rough, we got issues now. Put yourself in position for your third with a good third shot. You can control the spin to a green that sits up above you just slightly. Still a wonderful birdie opportunity, even if you can't reach it in 2. Yep, that'll work. That's fine.
This one from about 160 yards out.
Shit.
And choosing the
That's
8-iron
nothing.
here. Look like this one's heading to the beach. And that was a bit of a misfire.
Yeah, story of the day for this player is just missed too many greens. You can't afford to do that.
This player. Yeah. This player. Oh, okay. All right.
That's on the green, but still a fair way away from the flag. This putt is
Still a
about
fair
19
way
feet
away from the flag. Get what I'm saying? Get what I'm saying? So, this actually reminds me of because I was sitting here thinking like, what else do I know about golf culture? So, oh, son of a bitch,
A bogey putt awaits.
a bogey putt awaits. I was thinking about because for a little bit I was listening to this golf podcast called No Laying Up, and
too hard, that one.
I used this phrase earlier.
That puddle drop. Well done. Sitting at 9 over for the event.
Moving down the leaderboard, Luke, never a good thing.
Reached the 8th hole.
Oh,
For a long
I
par
thought we were
three,
gonna have a
you've
pause
gotta
there.
Figure out how to hit something high and soft to hold this green. For whatever reason,
High
this
and
green
soft.
decides to repel golf balls instead of accept them in. I think it's made out of Gore-Tex because there is
Oh my
nothing
God.
soft
Wait,
about
did-
this green. This is one of the most difficult ones on the golf course.
Do we think that they licensed the Gore-Tex name? Or has Gore-Tex fallen out of trademark? I don't think so. Yeah, no, 1969. That's definitely still in trademark. So, did they license the name just for that one line because they're not a sponsor. That is nuts. Wow. So, okay. So per Storm Crash, is that a comment about, do you actually watch golf broadcasts, or are you just talking about TV commentators in general? I'm just really curious how specific that complaint is, because that was going to... So, okay, fair. So I used to listen to this golf podcast briefly called this. I remember now. This was back during COVID. This was in like 2020. Now I remember. That's why I was like losing my mind, and I was just like, Jesus Christ, I need to get into something. I wasn't even YouTubing yet. Not really. Not like I am now. And is it 2020 or 2021? I don't remember. Anyway, but I was just like losing my mind, and I needed something to listen to when I was like driving out to get groceries. So I started listening to this golf podcast called No Laying Up. Now, for those who don't know, because why would you? A layup, as I understand it, is in golf when you know that you're probably going to overshoot if you aim for what you're actually aiming for, like you're aiming for the hole, you're aiming for a spot on the fairway, and you know you're going to overshoot it if you really go for it. So you deliberately shoot short to give yourself a better, so that when you deliberately shoot short because you know that you'll be able to get a better shot, just fitting your particular capabilities when you catch up to where the ball is. If you go for the 180-yard drive to get it all the way to the green, you know you're going to fuck it up and go in the water or whatever, so you go 120 yards and then catch up and try to do a 60, right? Yeah, I know you can name any product without licensing, but I also know that no business, like in a de facto sense, no business will ever do it. No business will ever name a brand without money changing hands. So I don't think 2K would do it. Anyway, so I was listening to this golf podcast for a while, and it's pretty bro energy as you'd expect. They didn't say anything awful. It's just pretty bro energy as you'd expect. And what I started to pick up on is that almost every episode that they would upload came out after a particular tournament had happened, and every time they would like talk about the how the various players were playing, and then they would go, all right, now are we going to talk about coverage? Oh, let's not get into coverage. Do we have to talk about coverage? Well, look, it's golf. You have to talk about coverage. And they would just keep using this word. And what they're talking about is that, golf is interesting as a televised sport because compared to every other sport, just blanket, I think every other sport short of like the Olympics, just in general, because that is a multidisciplinary thing with a ton of people competing, it's like the only thing that holds a candle to the complexity of broadcasting golf, because you're covering a huge area, right? Like the course itself is physically vast. This is something that's always interested me, and maybe somebody in the chat here can fill me in. Anybody here ever watch racing in person? You ever go to a race? Because I think I sort of understand like NASCAR, like that sort of thing, where you go to it seems like you get in the stands, and then if it's an oval track, then you're going to be able to see the cars the whole time. But if it's not, if it's at all more complicated, aren't you going to not see any cars like 3/4 of the time or more? You're just going to, and if it's rally, I don't understand why people go to rally. Like, that's bizarre to me. You go to this thing and you're going to see a car, you're going to, the race starts, all these cars whiz by, leave a huge dust cloud, and then you're standing there for like 4 minutes. What do you do out there? Like, do people have picnics while they're waiting for the cars to come around again? Because you can't see shit, right? It's all just trees. And, okay, so is that what it is? That like do they just have like I guess everything outside of rally, yeah, there's going to be TVs set up, right? There's going to be big screens. But what do you do in rally? It's just like, wow, and then you don't see anybody else for 4 minutes, you know? And, well, yeah, I mean, in NASCAR, you're not going to be close to the car for very long, but in my mind, at least, the way I'm seeing a typical NASCAR, you know, oval track, you can see the other side of it, right? So you can at least see the action from wherever you're sitting. And maybe I'm picturing this wrong, but in any case, it seems like surely rally being a deeply European thing, I have to assume, somebody tell me here, you can trust me, okay? I'm not gonna tell anybody. This is our private space, okay? It won't leave this room. Is rally actually just a beer garden? Is that what's going on? Do you go there and the car goes by and then you all turn to each other and you lift your glasses and like is that what you're there for? It really wouldn't surprise me. And that sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, hell, you could get, oh man, imagine getting obliterated by a speeding Renault in the middle of having a frosty brew. You know, like what a way to go. Yeah, it seems like motorsports. So this is what's interesting about it, okay? It seems to me that motorsports are the least televisable sport, and I could easily be wrong there, right? But just for the purposes of our conversation, motorsports, at least, you know, particularly rally, right, are just, you have to watch them on TV. Like, I think I said least, I meant most. Sorry, it's not that they're very televisable, it's that they have to be televised. It's almost impossible to like know what's going on unless you're watching it on TV. And then as you back off a bit from rally, you get to like complex Indy courses and F1 courses where like it is a lot easier to keep track of what's going on from the camera's perspective. And then you get to NASCAR where it's, I guess, at least on some courses, I would think it would be a little easier to do in person and actually get an idea of what's going on. And then all the way at the other end of the spectrum, you've got baseball, right? Where like you can see everything, okay? Something I found when trying to watch football, I have tried to watch football and I can't keep track of the fucking ball. Likewise, I like hockey, but I understand why they did puck tracks. Like, it sucked, but I understand why they tried, because it's so fucking hard to see where the goddamn puck is. You know, it really is. And so sometimes you can just legitimately just have no idea where the action is happening. Like, everybody's moving and you're watching them, and then you find out that some crazy shit was going on over at the other end of the ice and you didn't even notice it, right? But with baseball, come on, it's baseball. You know exactly where the ball is at every single second. You can see all the players in one field of view. You know, football's a little tougher. Hockey's a little tougher. But those games are, you know what? The most spectatable game in existence is basketball, because the court is so small that you can sit on the motherfucker, and the ball is the size of a pumpkin. So, like, you know exactly what's going on at every microsecond. So even that goes a step past baseball in terms of like in-person watchability, okay? Golf is interesting because it's dead in the middle of the spectrum. On the one hand, you get a tremendous amount out of the telecast because, like, if you take a look at our setup here I am, I'm about to tee off. These people over here are pretty far away. Like, think about, look at how much detail there is on one of those spectators. Now think that's what they're seeing of me. Now, in most, this is one of the other things that's really weird about like going to it seems weird about going to an actual golf game. When you watch the big name tournaments, when they're teeing off, typically there's people on either side of the golfer, like not 20 feet away, like 10, 12 feet away. Okay. And they're just like right there, and they can see the fucking breath, coming out of your mouth on a cold day, right? They can see your fucking facial hair. That's not true, actually, because I don't think there's a single golfer with facial hair. But anyway, but there's like 40 people. Okay, there's like 40 people. Let me hang on a second. Can I find a I want to discuss this in detail. Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. It's more than 40. It's more than 40. Let's break this down, okay? So this is what a tee-off at a major PGA tournament looks like. Now, this is a like weirdly intimate situation. Like, I don't know how much these people paid to be where they are, but I don't think it was all that much because, or sorry, I don't think these are like specialty priority seats, as it were, because during a golf game, everybody moves. Like, so the way this works is this, this is like the first hole on the course, and in the morning, at the beginning of the tournament, they've got this little routine they go through where, just like in, a race, some types of race, everybody starts out, they get an announcement, right? So each player comes out, they get announced, they tee off, everybody cheers, and then the player walks down the course and disappears. They leave, right? And yeah, exactly. And this is a thing, if you've never watched golf, you won't believe this, but again, with all the like decorum around it, all the like stuck up rich men, you wouldn't expect this, but the crowd is permitted to scream shit. And what they scream is, quote, "Get in the hole." Every fucking time that one of these golf, pros at one of these huge tournaments tees off, you hear somebody yell, "Get in the hole!" And it's just it's completely classless. Okay? And that's rules. That's fantastic. I'm glad they do it. Like, that whips ass. But you wouldn't expect it, right? You would expect that you wouldn't be allowed to say a fucking, not a peep, right? And indeed, there are, like, at a number, like, if you go read the rules for, like, the Masters in particular, they've got a whole bunch of shit in there. Don't do this, don't do that. A lot of etiquette. And I did see one time, like, some woman got just a bit too excited and, like, squeaked at deafening pitch. And the commentator just goes, "Oh, can't do that. There's no screaming at the Masters," as a fucking usher in a green jacket goes over to tell her to fuck off. And it's just like, okay, this is the weirdest goddamn sport. You're not allowed to scream, right? But that's the thing, right? The whole joke about golf claps, that's a real thing. Generally speaking, you are supposed to shut the fuck up when you're watching somebody play, but as soon as the club hits the ball, people are allowed to get loud for just a few seconds. And so every single hit, every single swing is associated with, we are talking about real golf now, every single swing is followed by this little roar that's replicated in the game here accurately. And so, like, that was, I didn't expect that, from the cultural impression of golf. But anyway, the point is that all these people crowded around this golfer yell, and then he leaves and goes to play another hole. And then they stay here, and another golfer comes up, and he tees off, and so on and so forth, until everybody's teed off, and then the crowd gets up and moves downrange to a new hole. And so, like, there's all these ushers out there that will periodically, it seems like they just periodically round everybody up and go, okay, it's time to move. And I don't know when they decide to do that, right? But the point is that in the audience, it's not like racing. You are seeing action go on at all times, but, pardon me, but it's not necessarily the player you came to see. And I think that's the weird thing about it. Like, there's definitely people who go to a PGA game to see, their favorite guy, their hero. Very much a thing. And they can follow them around the course, but there's got to be limitations to that, right? Because I don't think you usually see, like, a whole train of people following a golfer around the course right away. So, like, that seems really complicated. I suspect that if you went there to see, Phil Mickelson, I don't know if he's still playing anymore. He was when I was watching. I don't know if you'd get to see his entire game. I don't know if that's possible. If you watch the broadcast, you're going to see a lot more of it. if like definitely the broadcasters like try to stick with the big name players and cover as much of their game as possible, but there's a lot of people playing, and so they're moving up and down, getting different people at different times. And so consequently, and this is what I've been driving at, okay, he is still playing. Isn't that guy like in his 50s at this point? Which, like, I mean, that used to not be unusual for golf, major golfers, but it has become a lot more unusual. So the thing I was driving at, I get it, broken set. Yeah, it's a golf pun. The thing I was driving at is that golf is not a difficult game to telecast, and there's a lot of value out of broadcasting it, but it is a complicated thing to broadcast. And the experience of watching it on TV is so vastly different from watching it in person, because in person, you're limited to this one little view, and you're not going to get the ball track, because they all use automatic ball tracers now, so you can see exactly, how the ball flies when it gets teed off. You're not going to get the close-up shots. You're not going to get the, like, hyper ultra telephoto shots as the ball, like, rolls right past the hole. And all that stuff, there's great value in that. Now, in a game like baseball, there is value in that as well. Like, it's cool to watch the instant replay and get to see the ball ricocheting off the, second baseman's nuts. But you can still get a good impression of what happened. And, like, the general vibes, the excitement of the situation will come across in person, right? But I think that in golf, you get so much more detail from the broadcast. But at the same time, it's jumping around all over the place. You're jumping from player to player to player. And so the commentators are constantly having to say, oh, we're catching up with this guy. We're catching up with this guy. Okay, we're over on, hole 4, and here's this situation. And it's all in media res because the players are all playing at once. Like, there's a turn order, but it's complicated. And I don't even really understand how it works. And so you're constantly getting, the commentators going like, all right, let's check back in with, whoever the fuck, I don't remember my golfer names. Let's check back in with, Dickweed on hole number 4, and he's like 2 strokes into it, and he's setting up for a complicated putt, right? And you didn't see the beginning of that. And that's weird compared to a lot of other sports where you see the whole fucking game, right? If you watch baseball, if you watch football, if you watch hockey, every single important thing is in every camera shot, like it's all in one field of view. But because this covers such a vast region physically, you simply can't see it all at once. And because everybody is sort of playing at once, it's completely impossible to see everything at once without rewatching the game, 25 times. And so, right, yeah, and golf continues during the ad breaks too, right? So they'll come back from an ad, and they're like, all right, let's sum up some things that happened. And we've got to run through 3, 4, 5, wacky shots that happened, just like, like, yeah, if only you'd been here to see it, right? But we got the instant replay, and it's somebody hitting a hole-in-one while the ad break was running. And so the practical reality of golf broadcasting is that out on the field, you've got, I don't know, dozens of cameramen, right? I mean, we're literally talking about, at a bare minimum, you have to have at least 20, right? Because you've got 18 holes and all of them could be in use at once, and you need multiple angles on each one. Plus you've got, so the broadcasting crew consists, just the cameramen alone, consists of shoulder cam operators who are literally running around, right? Like they're trailing 2,000-foot cables behind them or wireless transmitters, and they've got a gunner and a loader, They are running to keep up with golfers who are not waiting for them. And they're trying to get, the over-the-shoulder shots. They're trying to get the close-up shots of the ball rolling down the, towards the hole and whatnot. But then you've got the guys operating the big super zooms in the towers who are catching the ball mid-flight. And that's, holy hell, I can't imagine doing that job because you've got no assist, right? You're looking through like a 1,200 millimeter lens. You've got 1 minute of angle field of view, and you're trying to track a white ball against a blue sky or an overcast sky. Like, man, those guys, they all deserve Emmys every single day. But anyway, then you've got camera operators doing interviews. Then you've got camera ops at if people are still teeing off, you've got somebody there. I think that one of these operations, one of these tournaments has got to have a bare minimum of 80 cameras just doing different things, all set up differently. Some with zoom lenses, some with super zoom lenses, some on tripods, some on shoulders, just all over the place. And the audio feeds, can you imagine the fucking audio feeds? Because here's the thing. If you take a look at this image here, and you'll see that on the right side, you've got a camera operator. Then below them, you've got a bench for some reason. And then to the left of them, you see that? I believe that's the microphone. I believe that's a shotgun mic. It's a lot easier to see in person. But when you watch golf, when they tee off, you hear this. That sound, that's picked up by a shotgun mic that, as you can see, it's 6 feet away, right? So it's just...
Oh, my. Right by the hole.
That was a pretty good shot I just made without trying.
John, have you got a good read on this one?
It's going to go down the hill here and to the left. Let's see how he handles it.
Yeah, and exactly. So you're talking about, you've got a vision mixer that, let me just get a picture of what the vision mixer for this probably looks like, because I know it's going to be like a Grass Valley Cayenne. Yeah, let's take a look. In a book reading Rainbow. Hell yes. Yeah, so what are you going to mix that on? You're going to mix that on one of these. Yeah, let's go. And just not every one of those buttons is a camera feed, but most of them are. You're talking about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. So 5 times 35 inputs, right? Yeah, 4 T handles, right? So you can either use these as individual MEs, feed them into each other, or you can just have every goddamn one of those columns be an input. So this is and they're modular too. They're expandable. So I think it gets bigger than this. I want to say the Cayenne tops out at 144 inputs, and so this is sitting in the back room, and you've got somebody running this. Can I find a picture of this? Wouldn't that be nuts if I could find a picture of the person running this? But I don't think I can. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, and that's right. There's fucking Steadicam operators. There's Steadicams out there on the field, right? Because not everything can be shoulder cammed. And so, let me see. Can I just find a picture of this? Golf Steadicam. I'm Googling that. Oh my God, I forgot. Okay, let's look at some funny Steadicam pictures. The first one I came up with was this one, which you can't see very clear, but yeah, that's a Steadicam rig up there. Honest to God, because if you're chasing a golfer from one hole to another, if you just have it shouldered, it's going to look like shit, and so. Oh, okay. Thanks, Adenode. Wow, CBS Sports uses over 125 cameras, including specialized cameras like fly cams, bunker cams, and drones. Yep, I believe it. Oh, yeah, and yep, they've got a helicopter up there. Nowadays, that's probably a drone. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But I don't know if they've switched over yet. But definitely, oh, yeah, and then actually, so some people might not be familiar with this term. So fly cam. This is a fly cam, and what it is extremely funny. It's literally the... carrot on a fishing rod from a cartoon. You wear this backpack, and it's got a little hydraulic sprung arm coming off of it, and then that has a rope hanging off of it, and you just hook that rope onto the handle on your camera, and it's got a retractor, a spring-wound retractor in it, and all it does is it just gives you a hard point that your camera hangs off of so you don't have to hold it out in front of you. So this person is functionally, they're just holding a camera out in front of them by 2 grips, but they're not having to suspend the weight. They just steer the thing, right? And they can hang their hands off of it because the spring provides tension on the rope. and that way you don't get nearly as winded. So yeah, you got these things out there. You got steady cams out there. The boom mic operators, even that job is just so precise. Now, some of that gets done in other games, but like in hockey, for instance, you can mic a hockey rink by just putting mics everywhere, right? Like it's a fairly small space and everything echoes anyway. And in like football, they've got the doink mic for hitting the uprights. But you're talking about a couple dozen sources, maybe, I would guess. It's probably more than that, but just for like total coverage, right? But in golf, it's all moving, and so do they have boom operators out following the Steadicam ops around? I don't know, probably. There's got to be lots of parabolic mics. There's just so much. There's so much production going into this. So one of the really interesting details that I got to see from that was a few years ago during I don't remember which tournament it was, but they were and that's another thing worth mentioning. Golf games are really fucking long. They're really, really long. I don't remember. I think a round of golf is like 5 to 6 hours, which I'm trying to think of sports that typically run that long. Because baseball can run longer, but it's around 3 to 4, right? Football's much shorter, I think. It's like most like typical, sports are in that sort of ballpark. But golf just goes and goes and goes and goes. And cricket mentioned. And so this means that, like, okay, if you're a Steadicam operator, are you going to do 6 hours? I don't think so. So I suspect that they've got twice as many ops as they need, so that people can switch out, surely, right? And the other thing I was going to mention is the commentators. If you're watching, a typical broadcast sport, whatever, baseball, whatever, your commentators are two chuckleheads up in the booth, and that's it, right? Well, in golf, the two commentators can't see everything because there's too much going on. So first off, they've got people posted all over the course at specific holes, and so they're constantly going like, okay, we're on hole number 4. This looks interesting. Now, Emily, what can you tell us? And she's been over there watching what's going on at that hole the whole day. That's all she does. And so they have I don't know if they have one commentator per hole, but if they do, that's 18 additional staffers in the commentators pool on top of the 2 anchors. And then sometimes they seem to have like experts on hand as well. So, endurance racing. Yeah, that's right. Races, car racing often can run that long. That's a good point. Somebody brought up the fact earlier that apparently a number of these, like particularly the Masters, I guess pipes in Birdsong, which is really funny but also not surprising. So I mean, you're just talking about a vast number of people to run this whole thing. It's got to be 1,000 people to get the whole thing. Maybe it's like 500 or 600, but it's got to be several hundred. The broadcast crew and the everything else. It's a tremendous amount of labor to put on one of these games. Anyway, so I was watching it some years ago, and the game was running late because, like, that's the thing is the game doesn't have a shot clock or anything, and you can do a hole in 2 minutes or you can do it in 20. Because there's something that happens in golf that's interesting is you'll have like I was saying earlier, that like some of these, particularly these sort of big name pros with sort of wacky public personas will often get into weird situations. Have a good night, Arsenic. They'll get into weird situations where like, okay, I just hit this drive, and when I found my ball, it was like nestled up between 2 rocks. I don't fucking know how to get it out of there. And so they'll end up sitting there talking to their caddy, walking back and forth, going around the other side. They'll get up behind, they'll get posted up behind the ball, get the club down there, think about it, then back off. And like, as far as I can tell, they can do that for as long as they want. And so you'll have these players who just, by the time they get to the 17th or 16th or 17th hole, they've actually built up a huge time debt, and they're like massively behind. And a lot of other players have already finished. And this happened. Like a bunch of players for some reason had just ended up way behind the clock, and or just, I don't know, maybe the sun was just setting really early. I don't remember. So the sun was going down. They're finishing the game, and the sun is going down. And like, they don't have lights on golf courses. You're not supposed to play at night. I don't remember how it works. There's rules around this. I think if you run out of time, if darkness falls and you can't continue playing, that you have to come back another day and finish the round, and it's weird and complicated when it comes to tournaments. I don't remember how that works, but they didn't want to. And so everybody just started playing really fast. And the camera crews are literally running to keep up with these golfers as they are dashing, like sprinting from hole to hole, and just they get up, they catch up with the ball, post up, hit the thing, and just run. And the commentators go, so for those of you watching at home, it's getting really dark out here. Now our camera operators have turned up the gain on their cameras, so it might not be obvious. So here's what it actually looks like. And then they cut to a camera that was set to standard gain, and like, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. These people were playing in twilight, and it's just like, wait, they don't have a plan for this? They don't put up lights? No. Well, I mean, I guess you could come back and play the makeup game, but they didn't want to. I guess it just sounded exhausting, so nobody wanted to do it. So there were like 6 players being chased around this course, just playing the fastest fucking game of their life. And I don't remember if it was one of the big PGA Tour games or if it was one of the lesser ones. I suspect it was one of the lesser ones, because like, obviously you're going to make mistakes, right? So you're not gonna hang like $1 million, sponsorship / there we go, tournament prize off of that. I have to assume these were all stragglers who like figured they were losing anyway. They just wanted to finish. But it was just really weird, particularly because
will not come into play, and this green.
Let's wait for this guy.
The players on their second shot. We have seen birdies made here in the past, but they are really difficult to come by.
Oops. Oh, on the fairway. I'll take it. I guess like the thesis here is just that golf is this intensely technical endeavor compared to a lot of other sports. And, that's sort of the downside of it, as far as like, because you look at different sports in terms of like,
this one is 5 feet away.
How are they for the players? How are they for society and culture? How are they as entertainment? And how are they for individuals, right?
On to the next hole, it's a 3-shot cushion for
because anyone can play baseball, right? You need a ball, you need a bat, you need a glove, and you can play baseball.
On this shortish par 4, just a 3-wood for position.
Driver not really necessary, he says, as I just pound it.
Of the players, there is a couple of really good and tough pin placements that are back left.
Henny, what can you tell us about this shot?
I can see the 125-yard marker just nearby.
Okay, I'll take that.
This one's heading towards the cabbage.
I guess I won't take that. Did it go in?
Yeah, story of the
Nope.
day for this player is just missed too many greens. You can't afford to do that.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to say now watch this drive. There's nothing I can do about it. It's locked in. I mean, I do think that, like, if anybody had, like, if I was, like, doing streaming according to any sort of seminar approach, I would not be pausing the thing that I'm supposedly doing to talk for 20 minutes ex parte about stuff that, that you can't see, right? But, well, it's a good thing that I didn't decide to become a professional streamer, huh?
Now that's how you roll the rock.
There we go.
There's a bogey, and
Did she just say that's how you roll the rock? Was that the line? Was that the line? I think it was.
Look at how things stand. It's a 3-shot advantage for our leader.
God, I am... You know, I think if I'm going to continue this career mode, I'm probably actually going to put it on easy, because I don't think that losing is going to get me the experience that I want. You know, I want to roll the rug. Is that what it was? Okay. That's also
Round
fair.
3 is in the books. Rich, it was another fun day in the booth.
I would also need meds to stream in the seminar style, but they would be, you know, meth.
Well, that will do it for today. For all of us here at 2K Sports, I'm Andrew Catalan.
For all of us here at 2K Sports. God, it's funny. Yeah, sorry. Like, there's a lot, you know, the people who, like, get on Twitch and just, like, they get their entire routine out of a book, as it were. Like, literally, like, they went and watched, you know, some YouTube videos, told them how to stream. So yeah, I'm going to go in and change the settings here, because as interesting as it is, where are the difficulty options? This is not the difficulty option I'm looking for. Oh, it's I think we have to go to My Player. All the menu music in this game is so good. It's just sort of ridiculous. This is not where I want to be, right? Caddy? I have a cat. Whoa, who's this guy? Wait. Absolutely, I want this guy. But when did I have a caddy? I have a caddy? Oh, God, why does he go that fast? Wait. And also, why did he lose his hair for a second? Bobson, Dugnut. Oh my God, it says drive on the back of his shirt. Whoa. Oh, that's right, I do have a caddy. I remember now. He only shows up once in a while. Why is this so good? Oh yeah, caddies wear that weird little apron thing. I don't know why. So it's actually really hard to find the game settings in this. I don't even remember where I found them. They're actually easier to find from inside the course. So we're just gonna jump in here.
2K
Yep, nope, sorry, we're back to the
PGA Tour.
we're back to the prestige Destiny 2 music.
It's time to find out who will win the Ace Championship. Andrew Catalan back with you. Thanks for joining us today. Our featured player is starting the day in the top 20 as we get things underway.
Andrew Catalan. Oh wait, that's a real... Okay, he's real. I kind of thought he might be. It's not mentioned on his wiki page, but he apparently has done he has done commentary for PGA Tour on CBS. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume it's not a sound alike and it's just actually the guy. Advance hole. All right, let's skip all that.
And now to the play.
Oh man, I would eat a hot dog. Holy shit, I think I have some hot dogs. Maybe I will. I should stop streaming soon now that I think about it. Whoa. Is that good, actually? No. Not
Hey, what does the
ideal.
lie look like
certainly.
down there?
Andrew, I have no good news, I'm afraid. This is pretty nasty.
Can we bring it out?
Go.
Well, we take that.
Well, can you even see the hole from there?
No, I can't see the hole from there. Thank you for pointing it out. Perfect, 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 perfect. Okay, let's Oh.
No breaks.
Oh man, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
From 12 feet away.
A good look at par here.
Okay, Henny, give us a read here.
Don't be fooled. It starts straight, but there's definite movement to the right at the end.
Nicely done with the putter. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, and he is currently in a tie for 8th. We've hit the par 4, 15th hole.
Yeah, some bunkers on the left-hand side.
Oh, hey, Casey, how's it going?
Mindful of driver not necessarily needs to come out of the bag. Just find the fairway. From there, just a short iron.
Every time they say the driver doesn't need to come out of the bag, I'm just like, oh, it's coming out.
Congratulations to it. Good opportunity for a birdie.
Let's see what that does for me. Is this going to embarrass the shit out of me?
That's the type of swing you want to take with you every time out.
Yeah, I think not.
Okay, we've got about a 140-yard shot here.
Pretty good win back into the player's face.
Thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm.
Well, definitely the win had to have gotten a hold of that one.
I think I'm doing pretty well. Okay.
Not a bad result right there.
Oh, we take that. We take that.
Needs this to drop to save
Just-
par.
Just realized I never changed the difficulty. I'm just playing better. I got good, as it were. Oh, not that good.
Rolls by. And now a tap in for bogey.
Uh,
To the next hole, we bring up the leaderboard. He is in a tie for 10th. We're on the tee at 16.
You got water everywhere down the left-hand side, so your eyes are immediately drawn to it. You've got to divert them out to the right-hand side, but don't get clumsy, don't get lackadaisical, and don't miss the screen too far out to the right, because you're going to have a wicked hard chip.
okay, that's all fair. Let's see what this looks like.
This is a 7-iron on the way.
Okay, all right. Think I did what he asked me to do.
Now this putt for birdie. Okay, Henny, what can you tell us about this putt?
This one's a 36
Oh,
footer.
holy shit. That's too much juice, but even so.
Well, now
Oh,
still
man.
a lot of work to be done.
We
This
can putt
is his
from here.
third.
We could putt from here. I'm telling you.
So far, so good.
From the
Yeah.
edge of the green and
There we go.
into the cup.
I wasn't going to chip in from there. Technically speaking, the rules do not say
As we take a look
anything
at the
about which
leaderboard, we
club
show
you can
our
use where.
featured player is in a tie for 10th.
You can putt from the green's edge if you want. It just might not work out for you.
Just take your tee shot, and if you want to, lay it up down the right-hand side. It's a pretty simple second shot. Big hitters might think about trying to take on the dogleg. No need, though. This green sits down below the second shot, down below the fairway, right in the middle of it. Right in the middle of it, they buried a snowman. The base of a snowman, a big lump right in the middle of it.
That
It's
is
a
not what I
fantastic
intended to
feature.
do Are we going to hit that tree? Yes.
Not a good
But,
result there.
wow.
And what are
That
you looking at here, Henny?
really could have gone a lot worse.
The ball down. It's straight at the back.
Okay, let's dial it in a little bit. Put it there and hit it. What's that going to do for us? The sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. When you have a computer with a capacity of 300 megabytes, what can that do for you?
Henny, take us through the break on this putt.
An uphill left to righter.
Oops, that's not going to go in. Oh, that was close.
Tough to leave that short.
Yo, yeah, I'm sorry. Actually, I think there are rules about what you can use on the green. I think that is limited to the putter.
There, Rich. And that'll see him remain in the same spot on the leaderboard.
Now to 18, a par 5.
Putter tee shot is just strong, you know, Happy Gilmore bullshit.
Just a long iron, maybe a hybrid for your second shot. Got to be mindful of that ravine short of the green. You initially want to bail out to the left-hand side, but the further left you go, the harder that chip shot becomes.
Okay.
Okay, Henny, what do you see down there?
Yeah, this is straight back into the breeze. Going to be a tough one.
No, we're just going to fire it. We're just going to fire it. Let's do there. I know it says it'll come up short, but I don't think it will. Let's see.
Ooh, that was a thick lie.
It came up short as shit. All right, that's fine. That's fine. It isn't fine, but you know, we'll see. Personally, I love it when I can't actually see what I'm doing.
Here, he has to get up and down.
All right. Okay.
6 feet remain.
We take that. We take that. You know, if I had not fucked up that last... If I had not fucked up that Hail Mary and landed in the rough like that,
do it for the day.
That would have been a very different game. Oh, hello, VSU. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be streaming. I might do another round, but I just realized it's 7:35.
First time on tour, not bad at all.
For the first time on tour, God, the back-ended compliments are incredible.
PGA Tour, give me a top 10 every time. Well played.
That will do it for our broadcast day. For all of us at 2K Sports, I'm Andrew Catalan. We'll see you next time.
Proto-Gen Golf. Yeah, no, I'll take it. All right, we got some sponsor buffs. We're going to get another media interview? That'd be great. Oh, we got some shorts. As long as I'm body type A. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right, let's do it. Let's interview, baby. So a proto-gen could play golf, but Clive couldn't. He would fall apart, but he could be a caddy. I just want to point this out. How has your experience been with unpronounceable icon? How has your experience been with the sponsor formerly known as Prince? This is a mutually beneficial partnership. My God. I'm super picky about what my name is associated with, so I went with 2K. Oh, okay, I just noticed that there's buffs in the lower left and in the upper right. And I don't know... Oh, I see. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, that's the bold and that's the meek. And I'm tending towards the bold, so I'm going to go with this one. Now, do we see that push in real time? Oh, did it move a pixel? I think it did. There were hella golf games for the ZX. They're just all bad. The biggest factor is consistency. All right, so these ones only affect my public perception, not my personality. So Go with that one. Okay, that got me 60 subscribers, I think. Oh, and that's it. Okay, that was the whole interview. 116 followers. All right. There were a number of good ZX games. I didn't used to think that, but I now believe that there's quite a few decent ones. Oh, we got a message. Oh, interesting. Wait, so I'm getting a personal challenge? Oh, we definitely want to do that. Let's get this party started. Wait, did I just get... I don't know if that's like social points in general or if that's literal followers. Let's see. No, that's 312 followers. So I guess this guy like reblorded me. They got a number of... here, let's hop over to sponsors here. So it's specifically Bridgestone's golf division, but also Callaway. I cannot remember who this is, thank God. Nike, Puma, Ping, TaylorMade, Titleist, and Under Armour are all in here. Can we accept an unlimited number of sponsors? I hope so. What do we get? Every time I see... This is virtual currency. It's the pay-to-win bullshit. But every time I see it, I'm just like, yeah, I can win some venture capital. Which is also true. Yep, Bridgestone is a big golf name. So, is there any downside to... So, if I sign this, does it kick me out? No? Clubs or balls? I guess we'll go with clubs. Ah, there we go. That's the problem. Okay. Okay. I figured it was exclusive. I mean, you can have multiple sponsors in some games. IRL, you know, so I thought maybe it would work, but yeah. Okay, with all that done, let's, so wait. This guy invited me to a game. I accepted it, right? Wait, let's go back to our messages. How did that work? Okay, so that's Will Zalateris. I accept it, right? Yeah, let's get this party started. Complete. Yeah, that was my feeling about it. You know, I don't really know why the clothing is still functionally gendered. It seems like it wouldn't need to be. Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, so I think we're going to go over here and click on this guy to do this. No? How do we play against this guy? We got invited, but how do we actually do it? Let me go to quests. No, these are like Chivos. Hang on a second. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. In the settings for career mode, change CPU attendance to 100% and your rivals will show up in every tournament. So I guess I don't play him directly. He'll just appear in games. Okay. Oh, and I guess then it's... Oh, okay, and I think it's going to show their play at that point. So, okay, let's do this thing. Oh, okay. I guess we have to do the training event or skip it. So let's do target practice. Yeah, it seems like there'd be a match play option. I mean, you can play that if you're not in the career mode, you can certainly do that. Fucking Dark Souls Invader in your golf game. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, no. That's too much juice. Wow, way too many beans. Oh, please stop rolling. Come on, come on. It's training. We don't need to see, yeah. I don't need to see the price tag anyway. Why is this what? I mean, I guess this is the whole point, right? Is it giving me a reasonable club here, or like what's going on there? So like, okay, because I think maybe this is the goal, but I'm just like I'm not going far enough in the first place to end up in the catchment here. So let's that's too much, motherfucker. Oh yeah, I mean, just based on what little experience I have trying to hit golf balls IRL, I can't imagine getting through a round of actual golf. I can't really picture that. I think it would drive me nuts. I can't imagine being good enough. But it's incredibly relaxing on the personal computer. Shit. Well, that's not going to do it. Almost. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know if my assists are on or off right now. Wow, that was a terrible training session. I got nothing out of that. I guess I could play it again, but I don't want to. Let's do it one more time. One more time. We were having this conversation last stream that, like, it seems like there should be more driving games that are about driving, not racing, and I can't name any. Like, it's supposedly what, fucking, oh, come on, Outrun was supposed to be about, but, like, in practical terms, I don't know. It still just feels like a racing game without other racers, and it's certainly like they could not have made a game that was about a realistic driving experience at that point in time. That wasn't really possible. But now it absolutely is, and it seems like nobody's doing it. Like, GTA sort of counts, except that, like, the game does not give you... So here's the thing. Like, I've been driving car for a long time. I remember when I started, it was quite the experience, and I, for a while I enjoyed it in its own, for its own sake, and then it got normal, and now I don't really notice it anymore. But when you drive a really nice car, or when you drive in like nice conditions, like you're in a nice place, or you're just in like a BMW, that, can be an experience on its own. But the thing is, it's because the car, a lot of it, I feel, is because the car has weight, and it's like, I've driven a Miata, okay? I've driven a Miata, which is not quite a race car, but it is a roadster. And I've also driven a heavily tricked out Dodge Neon. And it was kind of impressive how similar they actually were, because in both cases, they're extremely rigid. The Miata, because it's very small, and most of it is concerned with being a car rather than anything else. Most of it is concerned with a driving experience rather than cargo storage or anything like that. And the other one, it's just because it had been rigidified all to hell and back, all sorts of stiffening ridges. It had the rubber taken out of the engine mounts. They were just hard mounts and whatnot. It's like you feel every single thing that the car does. So when you accelerate, it is an event. When you brake, it's an event. And when you turn, it's an event. You don't feel that in a Grand Theft Auto. Despite the fact that, it is possible to drive at normal speeds in a urban environment, the sort of satisfaction that comes from driving a nice car does not exist in that game, because everything is optimized for ultra high speed. And the same goes for, any game that contains cars that, where it's possible to go slower than extremely fast. They're still optimized to go very, very fast. And so there just really isn't any of that satisfaction, in my opinion, of just feeling the automobile. And to me, that's what, I mean, I've played BeamNG and it doesn't really feel good either. Like, I know that driving a race car is very unintuitive, and driving a normal car in a racing style, driving even a normal car quickly it's not as straightforward as it seems in your head if you've never tried it. The thing is, though, that like in BeamNG, all of those realities are there. The problem is that I'm quite good at driving a normal car normally, but I'm not any good at driving a normal car normally in BeamNG. It's so twitchy. It's so hard to do anything correctly. You're constantly jerking to a stop and lurching to a start, and you always feel like you're going way too slow when you're driving less than 180 miles an hour. And in real cars, that's not how it works. 60 feels fast, but in a game, if you're going 60, you feel like you're going 20. And I've just never seen anything get this right. And I think it just comes down to all of the nuances that are added to make racing feel good really fuck up driving. I think they're just incompatible. That's all I could think of. Yeah, there is the FOV situation. Let's not forget that. Clunk. I don't think I'm gonna meet the challenge requirements for this course. There's my caddy. Drive. God, I can't believe I just dead ass forgot that I had seen that guy earlier. It's really funny. This barren ass course. And, the thing is that it might not be possible to replicate that driving feeling in a video game format because you're missing a lot of the nuance and the weight. So it just might not be possible. Like, I could accept that, but I feel like nobody's really tried. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. All right. Did that move me up at all? Nope, still at +2. Fucking music. That is going to land too far to the right. This course looks so barren and desolate compared to the others. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Could that be good? That's not bad. Now, I don't understand. Why is it? Oh, because I didn't. No? Why did it only trace it that far? That's frustrating. All right, well. Yeah, no, that was, yeah. Some clubs sound like glass. You're thinking of the driver, which is a, like, hollow aluminum orb, basically. So you're hearing you're hearing a big hollow metallic thing hit a rigid object. It's actually the reason that the golf equipment company Ping named themselves after that sound. So, now, frame buffer raises a good point. Jess, that's also a good point, that just like the wheel might not be accurate enough, and I'll give you that. Frame buffer raises a good point that like flight sims feel great. Like I would say that you have to really be into planes, I think, in order to enjoy the staggering boredom of actually flying a complete, flight path from one place to another. But the feeling of flying a plane in a good flight simulator, once you know what you're doing and you're not just like warbling all over the place, and if you've got good controls and whatnot, like a proper, HOTAS, yoke, I should say, is terrific. It feels absolutely fantastic in a way that driving never does. And that, I think, is what makes me think that this could be done. Because if you can make a plane feel good, I think you can make a car feel good. Man, Flight Sim 2020 has never run like a dream for me on 30 or 40 series hardware. I had a 2070, 3080, and a 4070, I think, and none of them have run it all that well. So I think you might be on low settings. The truck simulator games suffer from the same problem as far as I'm concerned. I just think they feel terrible. Like, I don't know if it's just because, like, it's a different type of vehicle is the thing. Like, I have driven large, like panel vans, like U-Haul vans, and I hate the way they feel to drive. They're just big, lumbering, stupid oafs, and there's no joy in it at all. Well, okay. That's my take anyway. Motherfucker. Well, I'm going to lose this one. Yeah, I mean, so part of the problem is that driving... So, okay, there are two scenarios, generally speaking, where, human beings drive cars, and it's in a city or on a racetrack. Obviously, the racetrack angle is, covered, or at least, we're trying to do that, and there's a lot of people working on the problem. The other angle is in the city, or just generally, suburbs, normal civilian driving, right? And that's, largely unaddressed. And the question is, how many people actually enjoy the act of driving a car in those environments, right? So I can think of examples where there are places in the real world where I have enjoyed driving a car. Grass Valley, California, visiting my relatives up there. I remember really enjoying driving through just like the rolling hills. And it was a long, slow process of just taking turn after turn after turn after turn, going up one hill and down another, and just, looking at the scenery. And motherfucker, I don't understand, why are these chip shots falling so short of where they're supposed to go? And like, I would like to replicate that, I think that could work. Yeah, I gotta say, like, the Microsoft Flight Simulator games are really impressive, and you do have to teach yourself how to fly a plane properly in order to enjoy them, but that's not that hard. And I think it's really worth it, because once you really get up there and start going around in a place that you actually know, I think it's a really interesting experience. As somebody who's afraid of flying, I've never liked being in planes. They scare the hell out of me. It's also neat to appreciate that perspective that I can't realistically enjoy. And like, I don't know, I'm not sure what you're responding to, but if you're talking about what I was saying, then like, well, I mean, if I can enjoy the plane without the G-forces and vibration, which are, believe me, a lot of the experience of being in, let alone flying a plane, you know, with no yoke feedback, I can still enjoy flying a Cessna. So surely there's room in this philosophy for a car. Ooh. It's not that hard to fly an Airbus, but man, people are still out there flying Cessnas, and those things are a motherfucker. All right, everybody. I think I'm tailing off in my golf skills. I think it might be a good time for me to go because it's almost 8 o'clock over here, and I should probably go eat something. So, thank you all very much for coming. This was fun. I'm glad everyone enjoyed my. I'm glad everybody enjoyed my golf stories and opinions. I know it is not a particularly popular thing. You know, as a leftist, I have opinions on it as well. So, didn't know if anybody would care because it is such an elitist old man's game. But as with anything else, we can dredge some joy out of any misery. So, thank you all so much. I might do more golf in the future. We'll see. And good Lord, the soundtrack to this game is unreasonably good. Really should not be this good. Everybody have a good night, and I'll see you later in the future.